The following is a presentation of ProBox TV.
The wait is over. The ProBox TV Contender Series starts now.
That neither man is willing to give an inch, but Italy is down again. Right on the button.
When you get on ProBox, you're going to have to fight, the 50-50 fight.
Absolute mayhem. That's the promise. That's the delivery.
The ProBox TV stable is one of the best in boxing right now. Sink or swim, this is what the fans have been asking for. A stunning performance. At ProBox TV, runners and holders need not apply.
This is what the fans have been asking for. Real boxing.
Two hungry lions, no A-side, no B-side, just great fights.
Count him out. Oh, goodness. That's the ProBox TV motto. Good fighters in great fights.
ProBox TV back on the air. Excited to bring you action here today from Oberhausen, Germany. As we got 5 bouts here to bring you from Germany. It's going to be an exciting day of action here. As from your ProBox TV studios, I'm Brendan Tobin alongside the champ, Chris Algieri. Chris, exciting. Germany, very proud, rich fight tradition. This should be an exciting day.
Yeah, I didn't bring my my beer with me today because it's another rich cultural aspect of Germany. But their boxing culture is deep. They have deep history. I always remember watching the Ukrainian brothers, the Klitschkos. They had an era where they were selling out massive crowds over in Germany, but very, very stylish type fighters, European style, very disciplined, and great crowds. Great crowds over there.
We'll excuse no Lederhosen today, but it should be an exciting one here. We got a lot of WBC international titles going on, some silver titles, and WBC title eliminator too. So a lot at stake, a lot of rising fighters as well with some big moments here as those international titles of the WBC making kind of your climb up there, Chris. Important stages for fighters' careers.
Absolutely. I mean, one, you get a trinket, right? You get something to hang around and be proud of, but also it moves you up the rankings, which is what these fighters want to do. They want to get into title contention, and winning these regional titles, these lesser belts, are very important for that to move your career forward.
Do you feel a sense as you're training for things like that, like, oh, something's a little bit more at stake as a young fighter?
Listen, I mean, we all need a little extra motivation having a belt on the line where you're, competing against other guys who are looking to get something that you don't have. Yeah, absolutely. It's a little extra oomph to give you that motivation in training.
Now, you were saying before we got on the air today, you've been over to Germany, done some seminars over there. What do you see sense over there as far as just the culture and how much they like the fighting game over there?
Well, I mean, it's everything. It's such an efficient culture, and that's the way they approach their boxing styles. You see these guys; they're very, very good fundamentals. Good guard position, their stances are very sharp and the way you're supposed to do it. It's very by the book, textbook styles. They're always in great shape. They're always they fight hard, and there's a lot to prove. So it's an excellent boxing culture over there in Germany.
Yeah, tonight should be an exciting one. You got a lot of guys there who have made journeys over there. They've made their homes over in Germany, so that'll be exciting to see what they kind of bring to the table here today. And then we have a WBC Eliminator today with Ermal Hadribeaj taking on Bakary Samake, and that's going to be an interesting one because these guys were supposed to fight about a month ago, and their fight got knocked off because one of the other fighters popped for PEDs. So these guys have been jonesing to fight each other for a while. And that just the idea of having an opponent in your mind for so long, and then you got to tune kind of back into it. What kind of a challenge is that?
I'm looking at the Rocky where he rips at the photo on the mirror. Yeah, absolutely. You get a certain mindset when you're coming into a fight and you have your opponent. I always remember when I was training for a fight, you train all year round, but then you get an opponent. Now I have a visual of what I'm going to be punching in a little bit. And if that gets extended a little bit, it's just more time to kind of be thinking about that guy and what you want to do.
Is there any kind of reset though? Do you go into a sense of you have to go into a new camp? Because I imagine you got to deplug a little bit. You have this date, it's on a fight week, and then it's just hey, nothing that was in your guys' control happened, but this isn't happening.
That's a really good question, Brendan, because a lot of times, listen, overtraining is a thing. If you try and plow through and extend your camp, you can actually hurt yourself. So there's diminishing returns when it comes to training like that. So there is a good idea to have a reset. Maybe take a few days off, go hang out with your family, relax, go have a cheat meal, but then get right back into camp and get yourself refocused.
Well, that will be our co-main today, but it is one of the ones everybody's been looking forward to on this one, as these guys have been jonesing to get at each other. Samake, carrying himself undefeated from France, 19-0, 11 KOs in the super welterweight division, and Hadribeaj trains down in South Florida, making that journey over there. So this has been exciting. But these guys have been like a build-up between them both. They've gone to the Eiffel Tower. They've gone and done a lot of personal build-up to try and got it. Yeah, Hadribeaj telling Samake he's just a fashion model. So I'm excited to see that one. They finally can put the words aside and put some action to it.
I used to hate that part when you got to do the marketing before, and you got to be around the guy that you're going to go fight in a couple weeks or months. They did that during myself when I fought Manny Pacquiao back in 2014. We had a 7-city press tour. We're flying on private jets together. It's just like you got to be around the guy. It's not ideal, but I understand. You got to sell tickets. You got to promote a fight. But I never liked that aspect. I just wanted to fight.
Would he try and trick with being nice, or was he trying to get head games in the into that whole deal? Or how did that go?
One thing about Manny is he's very genuine. So he's not trying to trick anybody. He's just a nice guy who can fight.
Yeah.
He's trying to knock your head off, but otherwise he's a very, very nice guy.
Yeah, this should be definitely one that the crowd over there is going to be excited about and bringing all that action. And we'll kick off tonight. There's going to be a matchup with some young talent and Mahomet Camille, who is coming off his first loss of his career, and then he's going to go with Alice Angel Mayora, who's riding a 4-fight win streak. But that challenge of coming off of your first loss is a mental game as well.
Oh, that's a huge step in a young fighter's career. Very few of us end up going undefeated. You think of the Andre Ward, you think of the Floyd Mayweather, you think of Rocky Marciano. It's very, very rare. Alexander Usyk, but he's still fighting. Very, very rarely do you see a guy who goes his whole career and keeps that O. So coming back from a loss is something that 99.9% of us have to deal with. And if you're going to get to that next level, you got to get over that hump, get back in the win column.
And how do you go into a situation of not being true to yourself, not feeling like you need to reinvent yourself, but you just got to improve on some things that maybe didn't go right on that certain night?
Well, one thing about boxing is you got to be realistic, because everything that you do, there's consequences for. And you learn very quickly when you're doing something wrong. And when you catch a loss, you got to be realistic. You got to go back to the drawing board. You got to trust your team and get that confidence back. And that really starts in the gym. Get back in the gym, get some good sparring, go out there and perform and get yourself back to that feeling you had prior to the first defeat.
So these cards are going to be coming up here soon from Oberhausen, excuse me, I'll get my German better, Germany. We'll get that brought to you here in just a few minutes. But we got a great day here on ProBox TV. We'll also be going down to Mexico later on today, as you got Luis Nunez taking on Carlos Perez, and that'll be our main event tonight on ProBox TV, as we got a double feature here on the channel getting you set for this. And this coming your way from La Paz, Mexico, and should be exciting action. We always see in these Mexican cards a lot of competition. These guys are rugged. Sometimes they throw technique to the wind and they just want to go toe-to-toe and please their fans. It's what they know.
Yeah, no, I love these Mexico cards that we call from here. We're global today. We're all over the world. We're all over the map on ProBox TV here. We're going from drinking beer to having tequila, in Mexico. But yes, those Mexican cards are chocked full of action. And I spoke about the style that we're expecting from the German fighters. You get more European, good fundamentals, very technically sound. The Mexican fighters, technically sound in their own right. They like to fight, man. They fight in the center of the ring. They could literally fight in a phone booth most of these fights. Very entertaining, action-packed, and the crowds there are fantastic. The Mexican crowds, they really push their guys to stay in the pocket and fight, because there's a lot of machismo when it comes to Mexican boxing.
Yeah, that absolutely is going to be dynamic. And then coming up on June 5th, in just a couple of weeks, from the Lone Star State, we got a great card coming up here on ProBox TV. We'll bring that promo here for you to give you an idea of what's coming up on June 5th.
Friday, June 5th, ProBox TV is back at UTA's College Park in Arlington, Texas, to bring you more all-out Texas-style brawls featuring the Lone Star State's best fighters. In the main event, Fort Worth's own Edward Vasquez will defend the DFW against world-class Mexican veteran Daniel Lugo. Other great fights you don't want to miss will be announced soon.
Well, there you see it. Ed Vasquez versus Daniel Lugo coming your way June 5th on ProBox TV. Very excited about there coming from Arlington, Texas there, Chris.
First of all, Texas. I love Texas, man. I love when we go to our shows in Texas. I love going to Texas. The Texan fans are fantastic. The Texan fighters are fantastic. Good food. And Arlington, Texas, beautiful little town. Looking forward to that fight. But Edward Vasquez, man, he brings them out. The Texas fans show up, and especially for Ed. And he's one of those guys, Vasquez, where he's been to the top. He's been in world title fights. You know, he's fallen short, but he only loses to the very best. He needs to get over that hump. He keeps getting these good wins on ProBox TV, overperforming each and every time out. He's got a tough one in front of me this fight. Daniel Lugo is a similar type guy. He's one of those guys. His losses are only to good fighters, so I expect the main event to be extremely, extremely exciting and very competitive.
And you got to imagine they both feel like a sense of urgency in that as well. You know, you got a lot on the line. You felt like you guys are on the doorstep, and so now you're facing each other.
Yeah, so there's a lot of crossroads situations in boxing. This one's more of like a loser leaves town kind of fight, where it's like you need a win in order to get another shot at that next level, because both of them have been in there with the top guys. But another loss here to a guy below that level is really going to kick you down the line. It's going to be much more difficult to get back to that. But a win here puts you right back into contention to get one of those big fights.
Well, seeing those competitive matchups, that's what we got here on ProBox TV. We just had that coming up in Maryland just a couple of weeks ago. You see the competition, you see the kind of grit these guys are bringing to the ring every single time, and that is one of the things they pride here at ProBox TV is those even matchups and bringing the best out of these guys and not just having these pushover fights.
50-50 all-action fights, and I speak to fighters. Listen, I'm in gyms, I'm at fights, people come up to me all the time. Fighters come up to me, hey man, I want to get a show. And then I'm like, okay, you ready for ProBox? And like, well, you know, I want to be an A-side. Well, we don't have A-sides. We got fights, and you got to fight. If you're going to come to us, you got to understand that the fights are 50-50. You're not coming in here just getting a win. So you got to come and you got to fight. Also, the platform, man, that's a big part of this. A lot of the young fighters who come to me, they want to get on our air. They understand that people are going to see it. We have real fans now. People who are tuning in. And if you fight on our air, and especially if you're in a good fight, you're going to get a lot of eyes on you. So the platform has really grown. And it speaks worlds to all the work that's been done.
Yeah, and speaking of the world's already crossing the world here today, we got a couple of cards coming here for you, but coming up soon here, we got Oberhausen, Germany, 5 bouts, a lot of fun action coming your way. Also, that travel of being international as a fighter, Chris, like those opportunities, what's that like as far as just getting a chance to see maybe a different part of the world, especially if you're venturing over there?
Well, I mean, honestly, it's fun. You get an opportunity to see the world. You know, but boxing is generally been known as a poor man's sport. You don't need much. I got these. I was born with these. Getting some gloves, getting some shoes, that's really all you need. And you can find a gym. A lot of kids when they're training, they don't have the opportunity to travel with their family and go on vacations or ever take vacations. So with boxing, you get to see these kids who get to travel, these men who get to travel at some point. Me, I never really traveled until I was fighting. You know, my professional fight career brought me all over the world. So I got to see a lot of different cultures and get that exposure. So yes, it's a job. Yes, you got to work. Yes, you got to fight. But it's also some fun when you get to travel and see different cultures.
Is there one that stood out overall?
Yeah, well, actually, Germany. Going to Germany was boxing brought me there. You know, I wasn't fighting over there, but I made a bunch of friends over there. The German culture is a phenomenal one. Not only just their boxing, but just personally their culture there. Italy was another place that I had a lot of fun visiting related to boxing. But being able to travel for doing something you love, as tough as boxing is a wonderful aspect of the sport.
Yeah, that's going to be an incredible thing to see here as we get this card underway here very soon here on ProBox TV. And to bring that to you guys is seeing the guys who will actually get some of their first opportunities to travel for fighting, and to, on the other end of it, those guys who have to defend their turf as they have that those fans in the stands, that challenge of hey, you got people you love watching you right there, maybe a whole bunch of them there, and you got that pressure in front of you.
You don't want anybody coming into your town and beating you up, man. That's a really important thing. I always thought about that with gyms. Like, if you come to my gym, I'm whipping you. You're not beating me up in my own gym. It's even worse when people come to your hometown. And I was a hometown fighter, so I wasn't letting anybody beat me in my hometown. I was undefeated in my own town for a reason, because there's that extra oomph that you got to get out there and make sure that you don't get embarrassed in front of your friends and family.
Yeah. And did you have that situation, though, of like, people are always hitting you up, or did that relax you at all just because home is always home?
No. I think the stress level was way worse when you had fight at home. When I finally did get on the road, I was like, I just got to worry about fighting. This is great. I don't have people calling me up trying to get tickets. I don't have people be like, hey, what time's the show? The day of the fight. Now, people texting you literally, I'm in the dressing room. I'm like, well, what time's the fight? Come on, man. Like, I got to fight. yeah, no, but fighting at home is tough. You got to sell tickets. You got to deal with people firsthand. Sometimes traveling makes it a little bit easier because you don't have to worry about all those things.
This one here today is going to be exciting as well because you're going to be seeing some undefeated fighters getting their opportunity. Badehin Hasso in the main event. He is from Germany, and he's going up against Victor Vicente Correa, who's also undefeated. So both these guys, as we said, big-time matchups here, a lot of close matchups, no gimmies here. That'll be fun. And also, we got a heavyweight matchup, 8 rounds of action. Moriad Aliyev against Rafael Akajori, a guy who in South Florida was an athlete. He had some time playing. He lettered at the University of Miami 4 years as a basketball player, then had a cup of coffee as a football player, but is trained down in South Florida for a while, is trained by the Road Warrior, Glenn Johnson.
Yes. Akajori actually fought on our air before. It didn't work out for him that night. He got knocked out in the first round, but really interesting guy, smart guy too. Real fun to talk to, and real tall, good boxer.
All right, well, we're ready to go here and getting set for our first bout. 8 rounds of action in the super featherweight division. Mohamed Camille getting set in there. As you see, 25 years old, stands 5'10", weighed in at 128 pounds, and he's taking Alessandro Mayora from Venezuela, 24 years old, stands 5'5", and weighed in at 131 pounds. So excited to bring you this first matchup here today on ProBox TV, a double feature. We're going to be crossing the globe here today as we got Oberhausen, Germany, 5 bouts here for you and getting set to go here, our first of 5 here on ProBox TV. So it should be an exciting day. Glad you guys are here with us and joining us here, and excited to bring it here to you as Alessandro Mayora getting set to make his way to the ring. As you can see, getting loose on his way to the ring and getting set for this action.
Yeah, there's certain countries, especially in Central America, Central and South America, where you look at these guys, the Venezuelans, the Colombians, they're all punchers. 18-1, 14 KOs. So we're going to see tonight if that punching power is real or not, because ProBox TV is a proving ground.
He's got the red shades on. He's trying to tint his view, getting in set to this one. Block out the haters and getting set for his bout here. And we'll send it to Peter Link to introduce our next fighter here in this matchup.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent, making his way to the arena boxing red corner, fighting out of Rome, Italy, by way of Albania, Mohamed Camille.
And here comes Mohamed Camille, making his way from Albania, fights out of Italy, and coming off his first professional loss in a 8-round decision in Riyadh in December. Been fighting a lot in Riyadh. First career fight in Germany. Most of his fights have been in Italy. So he's looking to bounce back here. 25 years old, and hoping to put that loss behind him.
Albanian from Italy, fighting in Germany. His first loss in Riyadh.
He's a globetrotter.
Yeah, he's all over. One thing about, taking that loss in Riyadh, those are tough matchups over there. You're getting brought in, a guy that came undefeated. No gimmies over there either.
Well, he makes his way into the ring, and we're set to go here and get underway as we got our fighters in the ring. And we'll send it to Peter Linka to get our fighters introduced.
Ladies and gentlemen, here in Oberhausen, Germany, Arena Boxing and promoter Ahmed Ono present 8 rounds of boxing for the vacant WBC International Super Featherweight Silver Championship. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He stands 166 centimeters tall and weighed in at 57.5 kilograms with a near-perfect professional record of 18 victories, including 14 wins by knockout and 1 loss. He is the WBC Freakontor Featherweight Champion, fighting out of Caracas, Venezuela, Sanjay Mayora. And now, introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He stands 170 centimeters tall and weighed in at 58.9 kilograms with a professional record of 17 victories, with 8 of those victories coming by way of knockout, 1 loss and 1 draw. He fights out of Rome, Italy, by way of Albania. He is Muhammad Camille. Ladies and gentlemen, your judges at ringside are, from Italy, Guido Cavalieri. From Germany, Steve Mertz. From Italy, Francesco Ramaciotti. Your supervisor, from Italy, WBC Vice President Mauro Betti. And your referee in charge of the action at the bell, from Italy, Massimo Borovecchio.
All right, we're getting set here as you got some final checks of the gloves there by the officials, getting the ring cleared out. Camille getting his mouthpiece put in, very important for this. Getting set for our first bout here from Oberhausen, Germany. 8 rounds in the super featherweight division. Touch gloves, and we're going to be get to go here as Mayora is wearing the white trunks and Camille will be wearing the blue. And we're underway.
You see Mayora, he's rangy. Taller, longer, wide shoulders, coming out with that stiff piston-like jab. I'd mentioned the punching power of a lot of Venezuelan fighters. There we see a nice, sharp right hand there off the 1-1.
Right hand gets through there by Mayora.
Yeah, Camille needs to be careful. That right hand is coming out real lean. No fat on that punch. Nice and sharp. See why Mayora is 18-1 as a professional. Looking very sharp here in round 1.
14 of those wins coming by way of knockouts for Mayora. Right, sneaks through there by Camille.
I mentioned at the top the style that we're used to seeing from those European fighters. Very well schooled, fundamental. Camille has that on display here. That's one thing very distinct about European fighters. It's not a very athletic style. You're not going to see a lot of juking and jiving and sliding and level changes. Guys fight tall. Their hand position is fundamental by the textbook. Whereas I think Mayora, we're seeing a little more of that athleticism. Good ring control by Camille as well, commanding the center of the ring. Switches sides, does Camille.
about a minute left here in this first round as Camille looking to bounce back from his first loss. This one's scheduled for 8. He's had one in his career where he's gone 10 rounds. Mayora, this is only the second time in his career fighting out of Venezuela. The only other visit was to France, so he is one of those guys getting his chance here to do a little traveling and make a statement in Germany.
Oh, Brandon, that's exactly why I said at the beginning, see if he's a real puncher, because there's a lot of soft touches when you fight at home in Venezuela all the time. You see a lot of guys with bloated records. But now he's on the world stage, fighting on ProBox TV.
Little exchange there by them as we come to the end of round 1. This one's scheduled for 8.
A little bit of a feel-out round, technically solid from both guys. Not a ton of action or clean landed punches. Probably the best shots of the fight of the round were landed by Mayora, especially that right hand. But the command of the center of the ring was Camille. You see that he's got his back to the center of the ring, kept Mayora on the outside for the majority of the round.
Stool for Mayora, standing in the corner as he gets set for this second round.
Seconds out.
It's an old move, Con. We'll see how it plays out.
Round number 2.
Here we go with round 2.
Yeah, some people might be like, oh, it's only an 8-rounder. And listen, a hard 8 is, I mean, if you can do 8, you can do 10, no problem. I always say if you can do a hard 6, you can do 10. That's the real big jump, is getting to a hard 6. Once you get to 8, going to 10 is not much of a difference. But still, an 8-rounder is nothing to scoff at. You see a little more urgency from both these guys here to start round 2.
Really throws out that jab back into his conventional stance, but eats a jab there from Mayora, who then hits him with the combination.
Still haven't got my answer yet if those 14 KOs from Mayora are real or not. Partly because he's fighting off his back foot. A lot of times punchers aren't the same. They don't carry the same knockout shot when they're going backwards, but does have fast hands, does Mayora.
Really goes to the body. Nice right hand there from him.
Camille only 8 KOs in his 17 wins, but looks physically strong.
Little hook gets through there, or uppercut there gets through from Mayora. Camille gets out of the range of that hook. Now back into the southpaw stance for Camille.
A little accidental clash of heads as well. You're going to get that with a guy switching sides, fighting from the southpaw position. Also, those transitions, he's doing it a little bit close. That's dangerous. You don't want to get caught square, changing stances right in front of your opponent. I like the pressure Camille is putting on his man here in round 2.
Mayora landed a few shots there.
Yeah, Mayora's got some quick hands. I don't see the power though. I don't see the 14 KOs and 18 wins from the way he's landing these shots. Does have quick hands though.
Nice combination there by Camille. Gets out of range. And the hook lands there for Camille.
Nice body shot by Camille there. Right hand uppercut, left hook downstairs. There it is again. Thinks he found something.
Well, a nice round 2 there by Muhammad Camille in the blue trunks as he is looking much more comfortable. Coming up later on today, here on ProBox TV. We got action from Mexico as Luis Nunez takes on Carlos Perez, coming from La Paz, Mexico. Looking forward to bringing that one to you tonight as we have a lot of action your way here on ProBox TV. Currently bringing you some fights from Oberhausen, Germany. We'll be going south of the border later on today. And Mayora's got the stool this time around after that one.
That's not a good sign. George Foreman used to always say that if you're going to stand, you got to stand all night. You can't change your mind and sit. Probably the strength of some of those body shots landed at the end of the round by Camille changed the way Mayora is sitting in between rounds. There's that body work there. Good pressure from Camille in that second round.
So here we go with round 3 from Oberhausen, Germany, as you got Camille wearing the blue. Mayora gonna need a rally here after a tough round 2. He's wearing the white. Nice body work there by Camille, but Mayora returns fire upstairs.
Mayora is forced to stand his ground here. See if that's going to work out. Again, I don't see the power from Mayora. Fast hands, sure, but the stronger man to me looks like Camille. Good body shot again.
There's a hook that gets through by Mayora, but Camille right back in front of him.
I like the commitment to the body by Camille. Oh, nice big right overhand.
Another combination going through. Camille finding a home for that action.
Pressure, pressure, pressure from Camille.
Another one gets through as he's back in the southpaw stance.
I actually like the work he does from the southpaw stance. He rips that left hand from that power position quite well, head and body.
Yeah, listed as a southpaw coming into this one, but he started off orthodox and then goes into that southpaw stance, it looks like, when he wants to really rip against Mayora.
Oh, good left hand upstairs, right on the chin. Another good uppercut there from Camille.
Sharp shots to the body has really been the key for Camille. He's opening up a lot of stuff for him. As Mayora tries his own body work, just doesn't have the same impact.
Looking back downstairs is Camille, staying focused and dedicated to the body work.
Lifts back orthodox. About a minute left here, goes back to the body.
Yeah, and Mayora is allowing him to do that because he's really fighting from a defensive posture as Mayora. He's not stepping forward, he's not stepping to Camille, which is another reason why those 14 KOs and the 18 wins may be a bit of a misnomer.
Oh, the right hand gets through there by Camille. Right hand gets through by Camille as he's back to southpaw. Stabs that jab to the body. Camille looking very comfortable at the end of round 3 here.
I was going to say, Brennan, a little too comfortable for me with Camille. The way that he's changing stances right in front of his guy. You don't want to create a habit of doing that. I know there's not a lot coming back from Mayora right now, but in the future, that could come back to bite Camille. He has someone in front of him who's actually looking to do some damage. A lot of pressure again in round 3 from Camille here. Nice body shot there. That's been the most consistent thing working for either man tonight, has been the body work by Camille. He's got a dedicated body attack. Seems to be slowing Mayora down, which is good. You want to take the gas tank away from a puncher. And he's done a good job doing that thus far.
Seconds out.
We're certainly looking for something that maybe changes the momentum back in his direction. It's been a lot of Camille with the more impactful shots so far. Round 4 of 8.
Mayora has to come forward. If I'm in the corner of him, like, go after this guy. Because you're just backing up. You got no power on your shots fighting that way. And you're getting pushed around the ring all night. Good right hand there.
Yeah, right hand sneaks through from Mayora. A nice combination there. Opening up a little bit. Got some retaliation by Camille.
Yeah, Mayora now is standing his ground and punching with Camille. Had some good success, landed some nice shots, but Camille comes back to the body once again.
Nice body work there by Camille, and Mayora returns. Uppercut sneaks through by Camille.
Yeah, splits the guard there with that lead uppercut from the southpaw stance. Body shot there from Mayora.
They both found a comfort zone here in this round.
Yeah, either Mayora's corner told him, hey man, we got to switch this up, you got to stand your ground and fight, or he's just made the decision that I can't just keep gacking up and getting pushed around the ring. I got to stand and let these hands fly.
Mayora gets out of the way of that one. Combination there by Mayora.
You see the hand speed. Mayora's got quick hands, but it's the consistency of Camille that is winning these rounds for me.
Nice body work there by Camille, and he goes right back to it.
That Canelo setup. Right hook splits the guard, rips that left hand downstairs to the liver. Beautiful combination. Another body shot. Oh,
right hand gets up top for Camille after the body work. About 30 seconds left here in round 4, and another combination by Camille.
Pressure, pressure, pressure.
More body work. Mayora trying to return fire, but an uppercut gets through from Camille. Then the right hand.
Yeah, you're just seeing the energy meter of Mayora going down and down. Those body shots are sapping him.
Come to the end of round 4. That is all Muhammad Camille right now.
Yeah, a little shift that round. Mayora stood his ground early on, was trading with Camille, but by the end, it was all Camille. Consistently working that body with both hands, landing some good shots upstairs as well. There we see a good shot from Mayora on the inside. That left hook to the liver, that's been the most consistent shot from either man tonight. Seems to be paying off for Camille as he keeps pouring on the pressure round after round.
Mayora coming into this one riding a 4-fight win streak. Gonna need something to turn the tide to keep that going.
Heavy breathing in that corner from Mayora. Didn't sense a lot of urgency though, in terms of how the fight is going. If I was in his corner, I would tell him he's got to pick it up. You mentioned how Camille is listed as a southpaw, but he spent the majority of this fight in the orthodox position.
It's a nice combination that lands for Camille as he's back to that southpaw stance. And flips back. Right hand through for Camille. Body shot, that's been his best weapon of the fight. That left to the body. Combination up top. And Mayora tries to return fire this time. This is honestly where he's been most comfortable, when they get to the center toe-to-toe and he can throw some body shots.
It's the only success he's had, but I don't know if he's getting the better of it. That's the issue.
Yeah, definitely not getting the better of it. That only seems to be the place where he's willing to open up. Oh, some stabbing shots there by Camille.
Yeah, you're seeing Mayora being more and more stuck in the mud, not moving quite as much, not throwing as much. The strength of those body shots from Camille, which are non-stop.
Nice body work again there by Camille.
But it's always a response by Mayora. He's not initiating these combinations or these exchanges.
And you get to this point of a fight, Chris, what is it, because you can't really chase him down. He's not walking him down. Do you just try and see if you could get something of your own there in that spot?
It's like I said a few rounds ago, I think Mayora needs to go forward. He doesn't have the same power fighting off his back foot. He's getting outworked in the center of the ring. I think you got to make it physical. You got to push him back. He's got the long arms, he's got the fast hands. Try and catch Camille on the end of the punches. Maybe he'll have some success there, but otherwise, none of what he's doing is working.
Left gets through there for Camille as we come to the closing seconds here in round 5. Flicks a jab out there as we hit the bell. Just a few rounds to go here. Coming up on June 5th from College Park at the University of Texas in Arlington, Edward Vasquez takes his 19-3 record and taking on Daniel Lugo. Excited to bring that one to you here in a couple weeks on ProBox TV. You can see some of the handiwork here by Camille as he's had his way here in this bout in the super featherweight division.
Yeah, he's separating himself as these rounds wear on. More and more, it's one-way action. A little bit back from Mayora here and there, but it's more like get-off-me punches rather than actually trying to win these rounds.
Seconds out. Round number 6.
Round 6 of a scheduled 8 here between these two. And Camille wearing the blue trunks and Alessandro Mayora wearing the white. Right hand gets through for Camille as he's opening up here. Goes back to southpaw, then back to right hand. Feeling very comfortable switching those stances. Nice little combination by Mayora, but not much steam on it. Really back in the southpaw, flicks that jab out there. Sticks it, jab gets through again for him.
Everything that Camille is doing is working. Mayora is not really giving much resistance and hasn't for a number of rounds. I think he's okay catching another loss here tonight. I don't sense any urgency from him or his corner.
And there's a right hand that gets through from Camille. That one was strong. He gets the hook up top. He's got Mayora backing up, and it's all getting through for him. He's got him stumbling a little bit, back to the ropes.
First time it seems like a headshot affected Mayora. It's been a lot of body work, but that was a right hand that got through. Camille has an opportunity here. There's just nothing on the shots from Mayora.
Nice body work there from Camille. Strong left to the body, and then an uppercut gets through for Camille. Another strong combination. Not feeling like he's got a lot of retaliation coming his way from Mayora.
Yeah, like I said, there's no resistance. Camille really just walking in the front door and beating him up.
We talked about that KO rate that he had coming in, but there just really hasn't been anything that's looked too vicious coming Camille's way from Mayora's arsenal.
Nah, it's an inflated record. You know, again, you mentioned he fought most of his fights at home in Venezuela. A lot of record-building opponents over there. But also, we haven't seen Mayora go forward. He's been fighting off his back foot. A lot of times, punchers are not the same going backwards. Not to mention all the body shots that he's been eating all night. But regardless, I don't think he's the puncher his record would suggest.
Strong right hand there from Camille. There's another one as he is just teeing off comfortable against Mayora as we come to the end of round 6.
Yeah, more and more one-way action, like I said. Camille's just running away with this fight, just beating on Mayora round after round. Body shots. Last round, he's going to the head. Mayora looked like he was in trouble. There might have been an opportunity there for Camille to force the stoppage. But otherwise, just throwing punches to survive rather than win.
Second out.
Mayora gets a little love from his trainer, trying to figure some things out these last couple of rounds, but it's been all Mohamed Camille through the first 6. There's a strong right hand that gets through by Camille. And there's that sharp body work.
That's been the story of the fight for me, Brendan, is the body work of Camille. That's, he started with that brick by brick, round by round, and that's really been the separator in these two. Mayora here now flashing some fast hands and some combinations. Few and far between, though, at this stage in round 7.
It almost feels like every time he throws a combination, he feels a little discouraged that it doesn't
do anything,
deter or anything,
yeah.
you know? And so then he's just backing up the rest of the round, and you can see a very confident Camille got him backed up against the ropes.
But also, Camille looks to get everything back. Whenever Mayora throws something, he's like, oh, yeah, that's what you got? All right, this is what I got. And it's heavier, it's harder, it's sharper.
Couple right hooks, then a left gets through.
Punch right through the guard with that left hand.
And he's back to the right hand stance and hits it right up top.
Oh, the
left
dig. Oof. Both hands now.
You mentioned the switching stances and doing that right in front of an opponent. Is that going to be a tough teaching lesson for a fight like this because you didn't have somebody dangerous in front of him?
That was my critique earlier for that reason. You get so comfortable with a guy like Mayora who's not really throwing anything back. He's been domesticated, and you can take those bad habits with you from one fight to the next. You have someone in front of you next time who can really punch and is actually trying to win. You could find yourself on the canvas switching in front of somebody like that.
None of that danger so far here through 7 for Camille.
Ripping the body, both hands.
Gets out of the way of that uppercut from Mayora.
Consistently going to that body, digging downstairs.
Another sharp shot from Camille.
Makes me think, either Mayora is tough or Camille really can't punch. He only has 7 KOs in his wins, but I said he looks physically strong, and I always say there's 2 different things. Power and strength are different. You can have a guy who's a knockout puncher, but is not physically strong. You can have vice versa. But Camille, to me, looks physically strong, but maybe not a puncher. As you can see, he's been landing clean all night long, especially to the body. And Mayora, never been close to being down, hasn't been dropped.
Is there a sense now with a guy who switches that much, maybe he's just trying to find something strong on the front side for him? Like, he obviously feels comfortable moving on both sides, but maybe he doesn't have that one natural thing to go to.
I think his left hand is the thing. I think he's got a good left hand, whether it's to the head or the body, especially the body work. But we saw him land some good right hands as well to the head and to the body, so he's pretty ambidextrous in terms of that. But to have that one finishing shot, I haven't seen it. Where he's trying to set up that one shot. Maybe it's the left hook to the body. That's probably the best punch I've seen from him all night long, but hasn't been enough to put Mayora in a really bad position yet.
And he's also in a position now where he wants to bounce back from that loss that he had in December, his first time he's tasted defeat in his career, one draw as well. But hopes to turn the tide and get back in the win column if he can finish things here in round 8. It would seem like he is on his way to doing that.
Yeah, I mean, I think Camille has been in control all night long. A little more competitive early on, but pretty much after the first round, it's been all Camille.
8th and final round.
Here comes that exchange there from Mayora. Usually gives you one about a round, and then it usually seems to turn the tide right back to Camille.
Yeah, it's pretty much out of his corner. It seems like his corner. Oh, good right hand.
Gets there from Mayora. Sends the sweat flying a little bit.
But if history repeats itself, I think Camille is going to come on and get that back as soon as possible. He's got that mentality about him.
Here's a nice combination from Mayora, starting to show some life. Camille with some chopping right hands to come back. And then some body work.
Well, Mayora got the memo. You can't take the punches with you, so he's coming out here in the 8th round and letting his hands fly. But
he's only got a couple minutes left to pull out a Hail Mary.
I mean, without a KO, it's going to be too little, too late.
Uppercut grazes through there by Mayora, but the body work from Camille, always going back to that. It's always been there for him, this fight.
You know, listen, when Mayora throws, they're good-looking punches. Good combinations. They're sharp. They're quick. But it just hasn't been enough. And zero jab. There's been absolutely no jab from Mayora. Mayora is turning out to be a good comeback from a loss opponent for Camille. He's getting the rounds in, not giving up much resistance other than just taking punches.
Little uppercut sneaks through there from Mayora. We've got about a minute left in our final round here.
That's the thing. When you got a guy like Mayora, whose record is obviously inflated and built on other people, you become a record builder for someone else who can actually fight. Camille here is going to have a nice record on his record. Mayora 18-1 with 14 KOs. Not for long if we see the end of this fight.
Mayora seemingly backing up the rest of this round, trying to avoid any further damage. Right hand gets through there for Camille. And we come to the close of our bout. Mohamed Camille putting on a nice display there through 8 rounds. And Alessandro Mayora, tough go of it today.
Workman-like performance from Camille, bouncing back after his first loss. Got the rounds in, had a guy in front of him that was not giving a lot of resistance, so some fast hands early on, but too little too late, few and far between from Mayora. The story of this fight was the body work from Camille, who was digging with both hands and really seemed to just take the fight out of Mayora the more he beat on the body. Never really had Mayora in much trouble, but domesticated him to a point where he kept his hands at home.
And We'll see where Camille goes from here, bouncing back, likely from his first professional loss after the scorecards get read. And Mayora will also have to do some soul searching after this one. After he was riding a 4-fight win streak coming into this one. This was his first fight of the year. The referee got to keep that mustache dry. Although props to our referee, didn't notice him much today.
No,
in this first matchup.
Didn't really need to. There was not any holding to speak of. A couple clashes of heads because of the side switching from Camille, but nothing to write home about.
Some good respect between these two after that. Hardly fought 8 rounds. Good to see. And looks like we have our scorecards in the ring as our referee gathers our fighters, and we can send it to Peter Linka to make this one official to find out who our winner is.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 8 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for a decision. Steve Metz scores this bout 80-72. Guido Cavalieri, 79-73. Francesco Ramaciotti, 78-74. A unanimous decision for your winner and the new WBC International Super Featherweight Silver Champion, Muhammad Camille! And presenting the championship belt from Rome, Italy, WBC Vice President Mauro Betti. Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have with us tonight, attending our event from Kurdistan, supporting Biden Hustle, Dr. Karvan.
And coming up after that one, we got Luis Vela against Usama Kavdani. 8 rounds in the super lightweight division as we roll on here from Oberhausen, Germany.
Muhammad, congratulations on your victory. Congratulations on...
Friday, June 5th, ProBox TV is back at UTA's College Park in Arlington, Texas, to bring you more all-out Texas-style brawls featuring the Lone Star State's best fighters. In the main event, Fort Worth's own Edward Vasquez will defend the DFW against world-class Mexican veteran Daniel Lugo. Other great fights you don't want to miss will be announced soon.
And there you have it, our first fight in the books from Oberhausen, Germany. That one coming your way June 5th from the University of Texas in the Lone Star State. Ed Vasquez versus Daniel Lugo. An exciting matchup coming up in a couple weeks here, Chris, on ProBox TV.
Yeah, those Texas cards are jam-packed with local flavor. The fight culture and fan base that's in Texas is amazing. They always come out. So we appreciate you Texas fans. We appreciate the Texas fighters too, because they always bring it.
It should be a fun one, and we're going to continue our action here today from Oberhausen, Germany. Coming up, we got a matchup. Luis Vela, who is from Italy, going to be taking on Usama Kavdani, who is from Germany. So he's going to have to defend that home turf here in this second matchup of the night. But that first matchup, Muhammad Camille getting his win, getting his hand raised, coming back for a victory. Nice little showing for him up against Mayora.
Yeah, and like I said, a very workman-like performance from Camille coming back off his first loss, which is tough for any fighter to come back from. But yeah, I think he did really well. He got the rounds in. He had someone in front of him and had a good record. Didn't give a ton of resistance back, but he did what he needed to do. Workman-like performance, beat the body down, and easily won the fight. I had him winning every round.
Yeah, it was an impressive showing from him. A well-deserved unanimous decision victory there for Camille, and we'll see what Mayora does from here on out if he's able to bounce back after he had a 4-fight win streak. But we'll continue the action here today on ProBox TV. Excited to bring you a day of boxing here from Oberhausen, Germany. Later on today on ProBox TV, we will bring you some action from Mexico. So a very, very action-packed day here today as we got Luis Nunez in our main event taking on Carlos Perez. That is going to be coming to you from Mexico tonight. So an action-packed day here on ProBox TV. Excited to bring it all your way here as if it's anything like our first contest, a lot of good action and strength from both of these guys. But this next matchup against Luis Vela and Usama Kavdani, you got a guy who hasn't been stopped in his career in Kavdani, only one professional loss, not a lot of knockout power, 10 wins, only 3 KOs. But Vela, so far in his young career, just 19 years old, 6-0, 5 KOs. He's been 8 rounds before, so he's got some of that experience, but very young and having to showcase his skills as he's making his way up.
Yeah, he's a young stud, and he's trying to keep that streak going. And he's an aggressive guy. He's got good power. And see what we can do with a guy who's got a little more experience.
This is going to be a fun one here today as we will bring you a lot of these WBC international titles, these international silver titles. We got a WBC Final Eliminator coming up later on today as Ermal Hadribeaj is going to be taking on Bakary Samake. These guys have been going at it. They've been promoting this fight like hell. They were supposed to fight a little while ago, and that got deterred. So excited to come your way. But we'll continue the action here today as we're getting set for our second bout. Luis Vela against Usama Kavdani. As Vela, 19 years old, stands 5'7", weighed in at 140 pounds. And Kavdani, 24 years old, stands 5'5", and weighed in at 139 pounds for this bout. As we're getting set to bring it back to Germany for our second bout here of the night. As the smoke, the pyrotechnics are working in full force, and these guys are ready to go for our next bout. Samake Kavdani hasn't been stopped in his career. He won a majority decision back in March 2026. So this is his second fight of 2026 after fighting 3 times in 2025. Those all went the distance. He was 2-1 last year. This is his first scheduled 8-round bout. He did win a 10-round decision. So this is he's been jumping about. A 6-round fights. He's had a 10-rounder. So this one's scheduled for 8 rounds in the super lightweight division. Makes his way into the ring. 10-1 in his career, just 24 years old. 3 KOs to those 10 wins. And he's going to look to put the first blemish on Luis Vela's career.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, his opponent making his way to the arena boxing red corner, from Italy, Luis El Guero Vela!
And making his way here, Luis Vela, 19 years old, 6-0. 5 of those wins coming by knockout. from Italy. This is his second trip to the ring here in 2026. Got a 4th round KO win in February. And we'll look to see if he's able to get another stop here up against Kavdani. Just 19 years old, set to go here as we continue our action from Oberhausen, Germany on ProBox TV.
Ladies and gentlemen, here in Oberhausen, Germany, Arena Boxing and promoter Ahmed Ona present 8 rounds of boxing for the vacant WBC International Super Lightweight Championship. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He stands 172 centimeters tall and weighed in at 63 kilograms even, with a near-perfect professional record of 10 victories, with 3 of those victories coming by way of knockout and only 1 loss. He is the BDB German Super Featherweight Champion, fighting out of Bergheim, Germany, Samake and now, introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He stands 170 centimeters tall and weighed in at 63.5 kilograms, with a perfect professional record of 6 victories, with 5 of those victories coming by way of knockout and no losses. He is the WBC Youth Welterweight Silver Champion, fighting out of Rovereto, Italy, presenting the undefeated Luis El Guero Vela. Ladies and gentlemen, your judges at ringside scoring this bout: from Italy, Massimo Borovecchio; from Germany, Steve Mertz; from Italy, Guido Cavalieri; and your supervisor from Italy, WBC Vice President Mauro Betti; and your referee in charge of the action at the bell, Francesco Romacetti, also from Italy.
All right, we're going to get set to go here. 8 rounds in the super lightweight division. Luis Vela wearing those black and white trunks. And Usama Kavdani got the green trunks with the gold and red trim.
Super lightweight, my old division where I was WBO world champion. Haven't seen that number on the scale in a very long time. We'll never see it again.
You're a lot closer than I am. And we're underway here. Round 1 of 8.
Yeah, Vela, man, he's got a baby face. He does look all of 19. Doesn't fight like he's 19 though. Can't tell what the crowd is saying, but one of them has a big fan base there. Ooh, good right hand there by Vela.
Usama has made his home in Germany, so I'm sure he's got that hometown support. Although we're seeing some good Italian representation there as well.
Seems like there's a number of Italians on the card, so.
Right hand gets through there for Vela.
Ooh, nice clean work by both these guys. Good defense being shown.
Combination there for Vela gets through.
Kavdani, you see much more of that traditional European style, high guard, coming in forward, fundamentals, and you see that athleticism from Vela. Changing levels, fights with his left hand down at times, very reactive.
Jab sneaks through there for Kavdani.
Interesting fight for a young fighter like Vela, 6-0. You don't really see a guy that early in his career take on a fighter like this who's 10-1.
Right hand gets through there for Vela. Very comfortable with it.
Obviously a lot of confidence behind Vela and his team. Take a fight like this early in his career. But like we say on ProBox TV, there's no gimmies.
Referee breaks him up in the close of seconds here, round one. And Luis Vela, 19 years old, 6-0 in his career with 5 KOs.
Nice sharp work from both these guys. I like the work from Vela. I thought he landed the cleaner punches, a little more effective in that round, but Kavdani showed some skills out there, and I finally figured out what the crowd was saying. They're saying Usami, which is Kavdani's first name. So obviously the German fan base is there.
Seconds out.
As you talked about in the early parts of the broadcast, Chris, you know, you got that pressure of fighting in your hometown or home nation, and they're chanting your name. It's a lot to deal with as a fighter.
Yeah, but it can motivate you too, and you could have a bad round, and then you hear your name getting repeated over and over again, and go out there and fight that much harder. As long as you control the emotion.
Right hand gets through there for Vela.
Kavdani started the first round out good. He's starting the second round out good as well here. But can he keep it up? Because as the round wore on, Vela started to separate himself.
Nice combination ripped there by Vela.
Nice lead hand uppercuts. Getting through.
Retaliation there, and then a right hand up top by Vela after Kavdani gets some offense going.
Nice combinations by Vela on the inside.
Vela gets out of range, showing some fast hands so far.
Fast hands, sharp combos, good counters. I like what I'm seeing from Vela.
Get tied up here. Referee's going to break him up, reset him. Got about a minute left here in the second round.
And similar to the first round, as the minutes pass, Vela really starts to separate himself. Kavdani comes out strong, but can't keep it up.
Right hand gets through there for Vela. Little hook lands there for Kavdani, but now a combination retaliation from Vela.
Yeah, it's another situation. Every time Kavdani does something, Vela comes back with something bigger.
Coming to the end of round 2, and Luis Vela impressive with his hand speed so far. Not had to eat too much so far in the first 2 rounds of this bout.
Yeah, good sharp work from Vela. I like the combinations, the punch variety, mixing things up. There's a nice counter with the right hand. Like I had mentioned, when Kavdani does do any work, Vela comes back, punches in bunches.
Coming up later today on ProBox TV from Mexico, we got Luis Nunez taking on Carlos Perez. Got a full slate here today on ProBox TV. Currently in the midst of a card at Oberhausen, Germany. Young Luis Vela, 6-0 with 5 KOs, 19 years old, taking on Germany's own Samake Kavdani in the green and red trunks. Appreciate you guys joining us here today.
All day boxing here on ProBox TV. Oh, good left hook there from Kavdani.
Best shot of the fight for him.
Might have been the best shot for either one tonight. Vela took it well, though.
Nice combination from Vela.
Starting it off with the jab, too. I like that. He builds his combination off the jab.
Oh, nice right hand gets through for Vela as he backs him up against the ropes.
Nice follow-up there. Vela's looking very locked in here, dialed in, building off of everything he's doing. Good body shot there. Makes Kavdani hold.
Gets out of the way of that right hand from Kavdani. Luis Vela resets. Looking very comfortable in this round 3.
I just like that. Everything that Kavdani does, Vela comes back and answers. Not giving him any ground.
There's a right hand, another chopping one there from Vela. Kavdani retaliates with the jab. Another combination gets through for Vela and then goes to the body.
Doesn't forget that jab. Always goes back to it. Well schooled is Vela.
Right hand lands for Kavdani. Then he gets out of the way of that home run shot. Referee's seen some loose tape there on Vela, dangling throughout this round. We come to the end of round 3.
Another dominant round from Vela, building off those combinations, always going back to that jab and flashing some real nice defensive moves as well. I like what I'm seeing from Vela.
Sorry, just 19 years old. He's finished the majority of the career, fights in his career, 5 KOs in his 6 wins. He's been 8 rounds one time, but this importance of just at a young age getting rounds in.
I agree. You know, you see guys and you know, they have these sterling records, 12-0, 11 KOs, but they haven't fought anybody. I'd rather see a guy who's had some tough fights, gone some rounds, gone the distance. Because when the time comes, that's when you know you're going to be ready for a fight or not.
Samake and Ermal, only 1 loss in his career, but fighting with his fans in the building right now. Round 4 underway between these two. Luis Vela wearing the black trunks, black and white, and Kavdani wearing the green trunks with the red and gold trim. Little tie up here early in round number 4.
Ooh, some nasty head positioning there for Kavdani.
Ooh, little right hand body shot there for Vela, and he backs him up with another set of body shots.
Getting a little chippy in there. You're seeing Kavdani holding after that body shot.
Oh, and a right gets through there for Vela. And another one. He's starting to find a home for it again.
I love how Vela is not accepting the clinch. Fighting right through it.
A lot of action here in this first minute of round 4 as Luis Vela looking to put an exclamation point perhaps on this early brilliant performance from him.
Kavdani's really just holding at this point.
And right gets through there.
Kavdani looking to just beat him down. Taking a little pit stop here in the halfway point of round number 4. Both guys seeing them punch themselves out.
Ref warns of a head clash there. Vela back to it with the rights. And every time they get into that awkward position, he's still giving him some body shots for good measure.
I'm glad the ref warned him about his head, keeping his head up, because that's partly why these head clashes are starting to happen. You're seeing Kavdani bending at the waist, leading with his head at times. And holding a lot. I'm surprised he hasn't been warned for that yet.
Breaks him up again.
I think Vela found some gold with that right hand to the body. He's got to keep going to that.
Referee telling Vela not to hold down. After that sterling start, we've had a lot of awkwardness here. And there we go with Vela trying to get off with the right hand again.
Ooh.
Oh, there we go. A nice combination by Luis Vela.
The Kavdani's trying to hold. Vela's just letting those hands go.
Using the head like a speed bag right now as he's got a right hand combination backing him into the corner as Kavdani's trying to hold on for dear life. And there's another right that gets through. What a round by Luis Vela.
Most dominant round of the fight. Vela really just beating Kavdani down. Kavdani not fighting back, just trying to hold, trying to survive. Good action to start this round, but the end was all Vela ripping those shots. You see Kavdani trying to hold on, but it takes 2 to tango. Vela was not accepting the clinch and using the opportunity to let those hands fly. Landed a lot of good shots to the head while Kavdani tried to hold.
Ladies and gentlemen, according to the WBC open scoring system, all 3 judges have scored this bout 40-36 for Vela. Seconds out, please.
Here Peter Linka, our ring announcer, saying in the open scoring right now, all 4 rounds for Luis Vela. Hard to argue with that.
5.
You ever deal with open scoring, Chris?
No, I haven't, actually. Not a big fan of it, honestly, to tell you the truth. Although this is not a hard one to score.
Definitely not.
Oh, nice triple left hook there from Vela.
Kavdani, right hand to the body. Vela. The right hand gets through there from Kavdani, starting to get some of his own offense going. We got a nice little slip there.
Kavdani raises his hand like he did something, but
Gotta do some showmanship for your fans. And Vela trying to get some retaliation as he has. Anytime there's been a positive move from Kavdani.
you see Kavdani now has really been, he's been domesticated. He's here throwing shots that try and keep Vela off him, stem the tide, single shots, few and far between. Oh.
Little vicious uppercut attempt there by Kavdani, and he gets a right hand there on Vela. Vela comes back with his own right hand, but probably the most clean shots that Kavdani's landed all fight this round, and maybe here in the open score and how far down he is. He knows he's got to turn things around.
But is it enough? It looks like Vela has been walking through everything Kavdani does. And continues to beat that drum.
Awkward tie-up.
A lot of warnings about the head.
Probably the quietest Vela round so far, but he's got 30 seconds left to work on this one.
Vela looks to me like he's a little arm wary. Punches aren't coming off at the same blistering pace they were the first half of the fight.
Come to the close there of round 5. And coming up June 5th from the University of Texas at Arlington, the College Park Center, Ed Vasquez taking on Daniel Lugo. Bringing that to you here on ProBox TV. Should be an exciting bout between these two. As you can see, the slip there and the raise of the hand by Kavdani. But probably had more success in this round than anyone he's had in the previous 4.
Yes, but still not enough for me to give him the round. I think Vela is still posting a shutout.
Seconds out.
Vela just 19 years old with a 6-0 undefeated record.
Round number 6.
Combination there from Kavdani, and here comes Vela trying to get his own back.
Like I mentioned, Vela looking a little arm weary last round. Let's see if he can find a second wind here in round 6. Continue the beatdown. I do like what I see from Vela. He always goes back to that jab, mixes his offense and his defense seamlessly, keeps that head moving, rarely gets hit with more than single shots. Let's see how his conditioning holds up here in an 8-rounder.
Yeah, we talked earlier about these tests for a young fighter, getting deeper waters, and how you feel throughout a match, especially when you were dominating early. And still is winning very handily.
Yes, But again, it's only his 7th pro fight, and he's fighting a guy who's 10-1. A guy who's more experienced, has a good record. Not a puncher, but has a good record nonetheless.
And has had to deal with a guy trying to make it ugly, dirty, a lot of holding.
Head clashes. He's also not giving Vela a lot. You know, fighting off the back foot, covering up, single punches here and there.
There's a combination in that left to end the combo with there from Vela. Very comfortable in these close quarters with that right hand.
You know, I always like to mention how ProBox TV can expose certain things about you. You got a guy who's 6-0 at 5 KOs. Like, oh, we got a puncher. But as you see, you know, Vela here, it doesn't strike me as a puncher. He's got a lot of knockouts for sure, but how does that knockout percentage hold up when you fight real guys? I'm in the corner of Vela. I'm telling him, man, get back to the body. He had really good success with the right, especially the right hand down to the body. I'm seeing a lot of opportunities here where he could go back down to the body. He's not taking them.
Yeah, and started a lot of stuff with his jab too early on.
Got away from that.
Like he's just looking for that right hand. As we come to the end of round 6, scheduled 8 in the super lightweight division. Body shot there in that last round from Vela.
Yeah, not a very clean round. You're starting to see Vela as the fight wears on. Fatigue is setting in, starting to fray a little bit on the edges, but still winning the round in my book.
With this WBC International Championship, they did announce after 4 rounds that Vela was up 40-36.
Seconds out. Round number 7.
So 2 more to go here between these two. Bringing this one to you from Oberhausen, Germany, which is where Osama Kavdani resides. Vela from Italy. You also see the American flag there. He's got the boxer logo, Jim, from Miami down here. Does some work there. And a combination up top there for Vela lands. And then he goes back to the body.
Nice.
And there's a nice one.
I'm telling you, man, there's a lot of opportunities for those body shots. And as you can see, Kavdani does not like it downstairs. After he gets hit with body shots, you see him often go to grab rather than punch back. But these are the things you learn as a young fighter. You start to see what's working, what's not. You make adjustments. Another good right hand to the body there.
Yeah, that looked like a vicious one. You can see the exhale there from Kavdani after he ate that one.
I don't like the body work. Elbows are coming in real tight. Ooh.
Referee warning the head clash once again, but every time you've seen in this fight that Vela starts to really get that offense going, Kavdani usually just tries to tie to make it over. He's got a combination there to try and retaliate. But here comes Luis Vela every time. Right back in the kitchen.
Kavdani not really rocking the poker face when he gets hit to the body. He shows it. Good right hand there from Kavdani.
Get tied up once again. Got a minute left here in this 7th round.
Getting a little ugly and sloppy here. More and more we're seeing the ref having to have to break these two.
There's a nice combination there from Vela. But every time that usually happens, that means Kavdani's going to hold back to try and slow him up.
I mean, as much work as the ref is doing, I don't know why there hasn't been any warnings to Kavdani for holding.
Oop, we got a little blood there. Kavdani is busted open, and he gets dropped there with the right hand. Frustration by Osama Kavdani, but the right hand dropped into a knee. Gets to 8, says he wants to keep going as we come to the close of round 7. But a nice punctuation to that 7th round there from Luis Vela. Busting open his opponent and then dropping him.
Yeah, you see the frustration on the face of Kavdani, and adding insult to injury, that knockdown did not help with his scoring. Another dominant round for Vela, and I think he, again, finally went back downstairs, had a lot of success there. You see, that's where Kavdani went down, was officially ruled a knockdown.
It was definitely like one of those things where he wasn't rocked down. It seemed like he was in a weird position, but he was touched and put down.
Yeah, I mean, he was hit with a shot, went down afterwards, but I think it was more the accumulation of the body work. And you could just tell by the body language of him throughout that round. Ultimately, I think it was a good call by the referee.
Final round between our two combatants here. As it looks like we're having a little tape trouble once again on Luis Vela. They're going to do a little readjustment here. And you can see some of it dangling. Somebody go get their sewing kit. All right, rips it off. Is the referee satisfied with it? Send him to the neutral corner, and now we can get this final round underway.
8th and final round.
If you're Kavdani and you're trying to come out of here with a victory, you're going to have to go for the knockout, because I have not given him a round. He went down last round. And if I'm Vela, I'm going for that KO.
Energetic jabs early here from Kavdani, but again, just nothing landed with much ferocity for him.
Vela looks like he's okay with a decision victory tonight, not really pushing the action here in the 8th.
Jab sneaks through there for Vela. Gets out of the way of that shot.
And it's just touching, scoring, working his way through the round. He's way ahead, he knows that.
And we got our first tie-up of this round.
Now, last round we mentioned that we didn't see much of the ref. That's usually a good thing. But this round, a lot of action from the referee between these two guys as the fatigue started to set in. Fight got a little sloppier.
Minute left to go here in this bout.
Yeah, both guys look to be pretty fatigued at this point. And neither one going for it. Obviously, Vela way ahead, but Kavdani, who's behind, no sense of urgency here in round 8.
Nice combination there by Vela. He looks in cruise control to a victory.
Listen, Vela's good. I mean, not the puncher his record suggests, but well-schooled. I like the jab. I like the defense. Got to work on his conditioning a little bit for the second half of the fight, but other than that, don't have a lot of critique.
learning on the job against fighters with a lot of experience. And on the road.
And there's our final bell. Luis Vela, an impressive showing over 8 rounds against Samake Kavdani, the young 19-year-old from Italy, putting on a nice performance. And will likely run his record to 7-0 after this one.
Uneventful 8th round, final stanza in this 8-round affair.
Felt like Vela's punctuation was that 7th round knockdown. He felt satisfied with it.
Yeah, I think he realized he wasn't going to get this guy out of there. He went for it in the 7th round. Did a lot of body work, was building the pressure, but may have punched himself out a little bit because he did look a little fatigued in that 8th round. Won the round nonetheless. Should be a pretty easy fight to score. Notwithstanding any home cooking with the German.
Yeah, he even heard less chants from the crowd as it went on.
Yeah, good point.
I think even they were realizing what was happening in that one. Hard not to.
It's a good lesson, though, for the young fella. Take the crowd out of the equation with domination.
Vela proud of his handiwork, and Kavdani likely going to taste defeat for the 2nd time in his career. This would be win number 2 of the year for Luis Vela as he goes over to give some love to his opponent. Looks like we got our scorecards ready to rock as our referee will bring our fighters to the center of the ring. And we'll send it to Peter Linker to make this one official.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 8 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for a decision. Massimo Bonavecchio scores this bout 80-71. Steve Mance scores it 80-71. And Guido Cavalieri scores it 79-72. A unanimous decision for your winner, the new WBC International Super Lightweight Champion, Luis Vela! And presenting the championship belt from Rome, Italy, WBC Pride Vice President Mauro Betti.
Con lui, lo foto con lui. Make me photo for picture, yeah? Make a photo. Beast. Tough fight, yeah? Thank you, brother. Wish to see you on top. Thank you for the opportunity.
Luis, congratulations on the victory. Congratulations on the belt. That was an explosive fight, a tough performance. How did you feel, and what's coming up next?
Man, I feel amazing, you know. Winning this belt at just 19 years old, it's crazy. It's really, really crazy. So I want to thank my opponent, Osama. He's a real warrior. He was, for now, my toughest opponent. He gave me hell, and I wish him luck and to see him at the top. And I want to thank my team, Donato De Martis, my coach from Miami, for Coach Fabian, my coach from Italy, Oriel Colai, my manager, who takes care of me and everything, Ahmed Donor, who's the one made this possible. So, and thanks to everybody who was with me in this fight. Thank you.
All right, congratulations once again on a well-deserved victory. Ladies and gentlemen, WBC International Super Lightweight Champion, Luis Vela.
And there you have it, Luis Vela with some new hardware. Nice showing by the 19-year-old. And coming up here, some heavyweight action, 8 rounds. Murad Aliyev against Rafael Akajori. Getting set to see the big boys in action here on ProBox TV from Oberhausen, Germany. Lot of hype between these two going on. We got a guy 6'7" and 6'8" taking on each other in the heavyweight division. So excited to bring that one to you with our heavyweights getting set to step into the ring. But coming up here in just a couple of weeks on ProBox TV on June 5th, we got a great one from the Lone Star State.
Friday, June 5th, ProBox TV is back at UTA's College Park in Arlington, Texas, to bring you more all-out Texas-style brawls featuring the Lone Star State's best fighters. In the main event, Fort Worth's own Edward Vasquez will defend the DFW against world-class Mexican veteran Daniel Lugo. Other great fights you don't want to miss will be announced soon.
Excited to bring that one to you from the Lone Star State, University of Texas at Arlington on June 5th. Edward Vasquez against Daniel Lugo. That is going to be an exciting matchup there, Chris Algieri.
Yeah, that's 2 action-packed guys who have been near the top, haven't gotten the titles yet, but a win for either one of those guys could see them in a big fight soon. That's
going to be exciting. We're going to continue all of our action that we got here today, bringing you some fights here this afternoon from Oberhausen, Germany. And later on today, we have a card from Mexico as well. So an action-packed day here on ProBox TV. Coming up in our main event from La Paz, Mexico, you got Luis Nunez taking on Carlos Perez. And excited to bring that one to you. Some fights south of the border later on today. But we'll continue our fights here as we got 3 more coming your way from Germany. It's been a fun day so far seeing these guys in action. We just saw 19-year-old Luis Vela getting his victory as he ran his undefeated record. Very excited just at 19 years old to get one of his international titles there from the WBC. Very cool thing for a young fighter to bring some hardware home.
Yeah, he seemed very excited about that. He's saying it's crazy. I'm 19 years old and I got this belt. He's 7-0 now. He's been fighting on the road, so good for him. I think he has a bright future.
Yeah, and he mentioned that was a tough test for him, and though he had gotten a lot of his opponents out there, we'll see what the power ends up being for him. He got 8 rounds of action, had to deal with a very fast start. Some holding and some tactics early in the back end of the fight, but eventually got a knockdown there as well. So a lot of tests there for a 19-year-old in that fight that he got to experience.
Yeah, it got a little ugly, got a little chippy, but I think he handled it well. I think when he goes back and looks at the tape of the fight, he's going to see that his conditioning could use a little bit of work. But other than that, I like the jab, I like the counter punching. He did a lot of really nice things.
Yeah, we're going to move on to the heavyweight division here as we got here. We'll get to that in just a bit, but we got some fun heavyweight fight coming up here between Murad Aliyev and Rafael Akajori. But we'll give you some of the action if you just are tuning in now, and what we just had there from the 19-year-old Luis Vela there in the black trunks with the American and Italian flag there on the back of him. And just very fast with the hands, great combinations that he was able to get out of the way, especially in the front end of this fight, really showcasing his skills early.
I like the defense, too. He mixed it in seamlessly. He was defensively sound, even though he was letting his hands rip in combinations. You don't see a lot of combination punches these days. A lot of guys are one and done, look to be counter punchers, but Vela showed a deep bag of tricks in terms of what skills he brings to the ring, offense, defense, mixing up combinations, going back to that jab. Well, again, the only critique I really have is just working on that conditioning on the second half of the fight. But regardless, a good, impressive win against a fighter with a good record, 10-1, now 10-2. But Vela is 7-0 with 5 KOs on just 19 years of age.
What do you say as far as testing those things? Is that just a matter of training when you get in there, or is it just the experience of having that is going to help throughout his career?
It could be a number of things. It could be experience. You know, he's only seventh pro fight, so even having an 8-rounder at that stage, usually guys take their time a little bit more and work their way up to 8 rounds, especially guys with this much experience. But you know, it could be conditioning. It could be working on certain things in the gym, or it just could be the experience and dealing with fighting on the road, and nerves play a factor too when it comes to conditioning.
Yeah, Luis Vela showcased some very impressive stuff here, and going to be excited to see what the next steps are of his career as far as Osama Kavdani. Just the second loss in his career. Just didn't find a lot of offense for himself, and really when he had to deal with a lot of the onslaught from Vela, a lot of holding, a lot of trying to make it ugly. So he's going to have to do a lot of reflection after this one, but he had a tough opponent in front of him.
Yeah, I mean, with Kavdani, he's a local domestic guy. I don't really see him getting outside of Germany, getting outside of his hometown. You know, with this kind of performance, you could see he was domesticated pretty early, and was really just kind of getting through the fight rather than trying to win.
Yeah, you saw that drop there in round 7, so a nice little punctuation there from Vela. And then in the 8th round, not too much either way. Vela had this one already set. He knew there was open scoring there, that he was out to a shutout. He had a shutout on 2 of the scorecards, only 1 round going to Kavdani on 1 of the judges' scorecards. So as dominant as it gets for the 19-year-old. So really, really showcased a fun performance by him, and excited to see what else he has in store for his career. But very excited to bring that belt back to Italy and some of the training that he does in Miami. A nice, impressive showing for him as he gets it going. So that was our second bout of the night here from Oberhausen, Germany. We'll continue our action here. We'll go into the heavyweight division as we got Murad Aliyev going to be taking on Rafael Akajori. Both of these guys, giant heavyweights. 6'7.5" for the White Wolf, Aliyev from France, and Rafael Akajori from Nigeria, but trains in South Florida, the former Miami Hurricane, stepping into the ring here as both these guys looking to put on a show here in Germany. But going to be exciting to see. We go from the super lightweights all the way up to heavyweights here.
Yeah, I mean, how do you not love the heavyweight action? I want to see what these guys bring. You know, we've had Akajori on our air before. Big, athletic. You know, you mentioned 2-sport athlete, well, actually 3-sport now, because basketball, football, and now boxing. You know, and he's got a really good looking record. Hasn't been in with deep waters with top quality guys, but he's in tonight with another giant. So we're gonna have a battle of the giants here.
Yeah, this will be an exciting matchup for sure to see what these guys bring to the table. And then coming up in the co-main event, we got an exciting one as well in the WBC Title Eliminator. But as we look at the tail of the tape, you can see they had to use a lot of tape for this one as they got this matchup coming up here. As you have Murad Aliyev from Moscow, Russia, doing some residence in France there as well. 30 years old, 6'7", 260 pounds on the scale. And Rafael Akajori from Nigeria, 35 years old, stands 6'8", and weighed in at 273 pounds for this matchup. So, as we said, the tape was used quite much in this matchup as we continue our action here from Oberhausen, Germany, and excited to see this matchup between these two guys coming into it. As Aliyev 14-1 in his career and won his last fight via first-round stoppage, so he looks to keep that momentum going. And Akajori also already has a win in the books in 2026. So both these guys riding a little bit of momentum after some adversity in their careers. You can hear the crowd settling in there as we're getting set to continue our night. A wonderful light show here to bring for everybody before we get to our ring walks. And getting these guys set, we'll have a few more bouts as well. But there you see Rafael Akajori making his way to the ring. Got a win in February 2026, a second-round TKO in the DR, Dominican Republic. But he lost prior to that. He was stopped in the first round back in April of 2025.
Yeah, that was on one of our ProBox TV shows over in Hanover, Maryland. Got stopped in 1 round by Stephen Shaw. That is one thing about Akajori. 19-2, 18 KOs, but both of those losses via KO.
He was stopped, and has had some good tutelage in his career. Has been trained by Glenn Johnson in Miami. Done some sparring with Alexander Usyk in the past, and there you see the Road Warrior in his corner.
Glenn Johnson, a hard man. Hard coach, too. I've heard horror stories of what he puts his guys through to get them in condition.
Still, even at his age, still in the gym, still hitting the bag every day.
That doesn't surprise me one bit.
Been down here for a long time, the former champion Glenn Johnson training fighters down here in Miami.
Please welcome his opponent, making his way to the Arena Boxing red corner, Murad, the White Wolf. I am, yeah.
I don't know if you can get two polar opposite walkouts.
He got very spiritual and then let the bodies hit the floor. Listen, the White Wolf, didn't expect him to come out with meditation music. Murad Aliyev, he was born in Russia. Has residency in Germany by way of France, so another Globetrotter joining us on this card here tonight. Again, won his last fight in November 2025 via first round stoppage. His lone loss was a decision. It's an ugly bout. Say, point he got tossed over the ropes that he had to deal with that, but he's never been stopped and has fought the majority of his career fights in Germany, so it's a familiar setting for him. One thing about the White Wolf is he's going to make his fans wait. Get that anticipation going tonight. Or he just wants to hear all of his walkout. Akajori waits patiently, and there we go. There he is. I think he just wanted to rock out in the back a little bit.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he really likes the song. He brings that same energy once the bell rings. Got two heavy hitters here.
Aliyev 14-1, 11 KOs in those victories. Akajori 19-2, 18 of those wins by KO. And a lot of height that's going to be in that ring.
I don't know who's going to win the fight, but I think if they play basketball, Akajori's got it.
Oh, for sure. You bring him down to the Watsco Center down in Miami, and sure Coach Jay Lucas can set that up for him. Little alumni game. Something that's been done in Hurricanes history before, too. Jimmy Graham did that. Longtime basketball player for the Miami Hurricanes, then set out for the football team. So UM will scout all over their athletic department if they think it can help the football team. Our heavyweights are in the ring, and we're getting set to go here from Oberhausen, Germany. Glad to have you along here on ProBox TV for a long day of action. We'll send it to Peter Lincoln to introduce our fighters.
It is a true honor to have with us tonight a legendary former world light heavyweight champion, the Road Warrior, Mr. Glenn Johnson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, here in Oberhausen, from Germany, Arena Boxing and promoter Ahmed Ona present 8 rounds of boxing for the vacant WBC International Heavyweight Silver Championship. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, he stands 203 centimeters tall and weighed in at 124 kilograms even, with a professional record of 19 victories, with 18 of those victories coming by way of knockout and 2 losses. He fights out of Miami, USA by way of Nigeria. He is Rafael the Archangel Akajori. And now, introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He stands 202 centimeters tall and weighed in at 118.1 kilograms, with a near-perfect professional record of 14 victories, including 11 wins by knockout and 1 loss. He is a former WBC International Heavyweight Silver Champion, fighting out of Nice, France by way of Russia, Murad the White Wolf Aliyev. And ladies and gentlemen, your judges scoring this bout at ringside are, from Italy, Francesco Ramaciotti; from Belgium, Daniel Vanderville; from Germany, Steve Merz; your ringside supervisor, from Italy, WBC Vice President Mauro Betti; and your referee in charge of the action at the bell, from Germany, Jürgen Langos.
Got some instructions here from our referee. He's not exactly lacking in the height department himself. You need that for 2 tall fighters like this one. Getting set for action.
Smart by the organizers there to have a tall referee to get this one going.
It's for the WBC International Silver Championship in the heavyweight division. And round 1 underway.
I'm going to say this is probably not a good time to go grab some popcorn. This one could be short. 2 big men, both punchers.
That southpaw stance there for Aliyev.
Nice right hand there by Akajori.
Left gets through there for Aliyev. Nice combination from him. Akajori goes to the body to respond.
I think Aliyev is used to being the taller man. He's not tonight. Figure out a way to get past the long, straight shots of Akajori here.
Definitely has to be a rare experience for both of them, you would think. You can even see eye to eye with somebody you're fighting.
These new modern super heavyweights, man. Big, athletic guys. And just for some context, Tyson Fury, 2 inches taller than Akajori. Wild, 6'9".
Ooh, right gets through there by Akajori, and a response there by the White Wolf, Aliyev.
Guys are not having trouble finding each other.
Right lands there for Akajori, gets spun around.
In the past, I've seen Akajori not really understanding what he is and what he isn't.
Fights a little bit on the inside, too much for someone who has the physical gifts that he does. You see him trying to close the distance over and over. He doesn't need to. He should be landing from the outside. He's got the height and reach advantage here.
Jab to the body there. Right hand lands up top by Akajori.
No need to step in there, Bakary. He's got the length.
And there's the end of round number 1. And the former champion, Glenn Johnson, in his corner, as we can see some of the handiwork here in round 1. The right getting through there by Akajori.
Yeah, both guys had some success there in round 1.
That left landed from the southpaw stance from Aliyev.
Yeah, Aliyev has to be careful going straight back in a straight line. Akajori has that long, heavy right hand.
Seconds out.
Glenn Johnson in his corner, wanting his fighter to stop waiting. As we get to round 2 here. This one's scheduled for 8
number 2
in the heavyweight division.
Ooh.
Uppercut there lands for Aliyev. And he looks like he's got Akajori stumbling a little bit. Back to the ropes. Big looping right hook there from Aliyev.
That's what I was saying about Akajori, man. He tends to fight on the inside much more than he should. Oh, big left hand.
Aliyev finding a home here this round, and another one lands, and he's got Akajori stumbling.
Legs went stiff again.
Now he goes to the body with the jab, and an uppercut gets through there for Aliyev. Akajori in some trouble here.
Yeah, his equilibrium is compromised here. Not reacting to these punches.
A tough first minute here for Akajori. And some great lands from Moriat Aliyev. Right hand there from Akajori, trying to get some offense going. And he's got Aliyev backed up to the ropes. He's got his own combination starting to land.
Yeah, and Aliyev initiated the clinch there.
Some big shots going back and forth between these two.
Yeah, if I'm Aliyev, man, you got to get on the inside. Because at the end of those punches, Akajori has power.
And right hand sneaking through there by Akajori. Seems like he's recovered okay after a little danger there early on in the first minute. Goes with the jab, tries to back up Aliyev.
A good recuperative power is being shown here by Akajori. I mentioned the hard training of Glenn Johnson. Always has his guys in shape.
Oh, a nice uppercut there from Aliyev. Then a stiff jab. He's got them holding them. Some good action here in round 2.
Ooh.
Left lands through there from Aliyev, right there on the button for the White Wolf.
Yeah, he adjusted that when he looped it instead of threw it straight.
A decent recovery by Akajori, but I would say that round goes to Aliyev because he had him in some danger early on.
Yeah, no question. Akajori, though, showing, like I said, good recuperative power. Is definitely in good physical condition. Still landing some good hard shots, but he was in big trouble there at the beginning of round 2. Aliyev put some nice combinations together, had the legs stiffen a few times that round.
Murad Aliyev, 14-1, 11 KOs, 30 years old. No stranger to fight in Germany.
It's interesting that Aliyev has 2 coaches from Miami in his corner, being from Russia, and Akajori trains in South Florida. And they're both in Germany fighting.
And here we go with round 3 between these two. Right hand to the body there from Akajori, backing up Aliyev.
Aliyev might bite himself, might be kicking himself if he lets Akajori back in this fight, because he had him in a world of hurt last round, but Akajori showing great conditioning. Coming back here in round 3 looking dangerous.
Oh, left gets through there from Aliyev. He's found a home for that many times already.
And one of the things I think that hurts Akajori, because he doesn't have an extensive background in boxing coming from both basketball and football, his instincts are not great. Doesn't know when he's in danger.
Aliyev's hand just looking a little quicker and sharper in the early goings of this fight.
And more variety too. You know, he's not just throwing a 1-2. Throwing some uppercuts, he's looping shots. He's got a right hook. Good body shot. But I am questioning the conditioning of Aliyev. You're seeing him initiating clinches much more than is Akajori.
Left gets through there for Aliyev. Left to the body there lands for Aliyev as they get tied up once again.
That's been a pretty effective shot once they do come inside, but Aliyev doesn't follow up. He goes right to a clinch.
This combination, 1-2 up top there for Aliyev. Gets with Akajori with a couple more, gets out of the way. Akajori not getting much offense going this round. Uppercut sneaks through from Aliyev.
Yeah, exactly playing out like I was saying. Akajori just not understanding what he is and what he isn't. Tries to get too close before he lets his hands go without utilizing that height and reach. Not to mention, he's got more power on the end of his punches. Big men getting a little uglier as the fight wears on, fatigue sets in.
Akajori 6'8", Aliyev 6'7". Our referee 6'6". Maybe a small forward to these two power forwards.
These guys, you need a big ref, especially as the fight wears on and there's more and more clinching. Trying to separate these two can be dangerous for a smaller referee.
Second down.
Johnson imploring Akajori to believe in himself in this bout. He's already withstood a rough storm in round 2. Can he answer?
Akajori didn't land much in round 3, but he did steady his legs, so he has recovered. Again, why is Akajori throwing looping shots? If he threw that straight, he would have landed. And that's what I meant about the instincts earlier. Again, looping shot. No reason to throw a looping shot when you have a height and reach advantage.
Yeah, there's a straight left that gets through for Aliyev on the way in there for Akajori. Body shots are trying to work out of this tie-up as they do.
Big gasp of air for Aliyev there. Referee allowing him to work on the inside for quite a long time here. Look at Aliyev, he's getting warm for turning his back. It's coming from exhaustion. Yeah, Akajori has no clue how to use his reach. He jabs, then steps. He loops punches that shouldn't be looped. So you have to see how close he consistently smothers himself.
And then he gets some stumbling after they get tied up there. Very awkward round 4 between these two.
Yeah, it's getting uglier and uglier as the fatigue sets in. These guys are not built for long distance.
A lot tying up, a lot of exhaustion between these two big heavyweights as we come to the end of round 4. Least amount of output by either one of those guys in that round. And you mentioned the exhaustion, Chris. I mean, if Akajori would be able to utilize those tools a little better, he's got somebody in front of him that looks like he is decelerating a little bit, but he only can tie up to seem to throw a couple shots there, but nothing from a distance.
That's the thing about, you know, these big super heavyweights. You can outlast guys, even if you're not landing good shots, or, you know, Akajori has not been effective by any means, but if Aliyev runs out of steam, there's an opportunity for Akajori to take advantage. Regardless, Akajori hasn't landed a punch in 2 rounds.
Seconds out, please.
Murad Aliyev. That's a good success in the early goings. Had Akajori in trouble in round 2. Definitely landed the cleaner punches thus far. As we're getting to the second half of our fight here, round 5 of a scheduled 8.
I would have lost money on this one. There was no way I thought we were going to see round 8. And anyone I said earlier, you know, don't go get popcorn in round 1. If you gotta go get popcorn, now's the time to do it. This is not getting prettier.
We've hit the point. And once again, a little turnaround on each other. Referee getting frustrated with that from Aliyev. Here's our right, but Aliyev gets a little bit out of the way there.
But again, Akajori threw the punch straight. That's why he landed. Whenever he loops it, he misses. When he throws him straight, he has the opportunity to land. I was Glenn Johnson, I wouldn't even teach this guy a hook. Just 4 straight punches. I mean, what is that? What are we doing? What are we? That inside is doing nothing.
He's trying to get some kind of an uppercut going. A couple times it looks like Akajori almost wants to throw an elbow in those close quarters. But even closer with his arsenal than even the fists.
Oh!
There's a hook that gets through there from Aliyev, and Akajori eats it, comes forward, and then we got Aliyev going to the canvas. Is that a tie-up?
Yeah, both men look exhausted now. Even Akajori, who looked to be the fitter of the two, is starting to fray and fall apart here in round 5.
Still a lot of action scheduled left in this bout. See if these guys will still be standing by the end of this one. There's a combination that gets through for Aliyev as he gets out of the way.
Just seems like Aliyev just needs to let his hands go, not load up. Finding a nice home for that right hook, but he only throws a few around.
Oh, nice uppercut lands there, and he has got Akajori stumbling.
And again, didn't throw it hard. Take some of the power off, just land. Akajori holding on for dear life.
Referee sets him, but he's got Akajori in trouble once again.
Still looks rocked.
Another combination gets through for Aliyev. Akajori still standing on wobbly legs. Another uppercut sneaks through as we come to the end of round 5. And you got an exhausted Moriat Aliyev there, but
open scoring system. At the end of round number 4, the judges scored this bout 39-37, 40-36, and 40-36, all in favor of Aliyev.
Ugly start to the round. Both guys stumbling around a bit, but Aliyev lands a beautiful uppercut right there, right under the chin. That's the thing, when you're a tall man, you give up your height that way, you're wide open for uppercuts. Didn't see that punch coming. Ate a couple more before the end of the round, but definitely hurt by that first shot. But on the same token, Aliyev looked exhausted at the end of the round as he went back to his corner.
Seconds out.
as you heard from the open scoring, which we did get, and that's what we have here with these WBC belts. You got 2 of them, 40-36. Then we just had round number 5, which we all have to think went for Aliyev. So pitching a shutout on 2 scorecards, and imagine he's only given up 1 round on 1 judge's scorecard. So Akajori in desperation mode. He's going to need to finish this fight.
I don't think either one of these guys was showing up to win a decision here. Both looking for KOs, but Aliyev found a real home for that lead hand from the southpaw position.
And he comes out eager in this 6th round after he nearly finished it last round.
Can't miss that right hand. Akajori just doesn't see it coming. That southpaw right hand is a right hook. Very dangerous punch, hard to see coming. If I'm in the corner of Aliyev, I'm telling him, take some of the power off. Throw a throwaway punch. Everything doesn't have to be a knockout punch. You got a guy in front of you who's getting rocked with everything. Just touch him.
One jab lands there for Akajori.
But again, his balance is all over the place. Falls out of position.
Open right hand, and Aliyev gets out of the way and then has Akajori backing up, exhausted.
It's hard to tell if he's getting rocked by the shots or he's just tired, because he is stumbling all over the ring.
Uppercut sneaks through, and then a retaliation there from Aliyev, gets his own. Had a lot of success with his uppercut, especially these last couple of rounds.
Yeah, the more fatigued Akajori gets, the more he leans over that front foot heavy. That uppercut will be there. You can see his stance there. He's heavy on that front foot. A lot of blood, looks like, from the mouth. of Akajori.
See Aliyev's corner imploring him to get off the tie. They want to keep it going. They see an exhausted opponent in front of them.
Be ready and be first.
Aliyev holding on here, looking extremely fatigued.
Oh, he's got it. Hit him with the left, stumbling away. But yes, you can see the blood leaking all over from the mouth of Akajori.
You gotta think that's either a deep laceration in the mouth or a potential fractured jaw. That's a lot of blood coming from the mouth.
Cut up later today on ProBox TV. We're going to take it from Germany to Mexico as Luis the Twist Nunez is going to be taking on Carlos Gatito Perez. We got that fight coming tonight later on from fights south of the border. We're going all over the globe here today on ProBox TV, currently bringing you some bouts from Oberhausen, Germany. Heavyweight action between Rafael Akajori and Morad Aliyev.
Again, it's rare to see that much blood from the mouth. Even like a little shot like that, rocked.
Yeah, you could see it painting the shoulder of
Yeah.
Aliyev. I mean, there's a lot leaking there, Chris.
And not to mention, Akajori, he's got a big beard too. That's soaking up some of that blood, so he's bleeding through all of that. That's a lot of blood from the mouth. That's very rare. Again, either a deep laceration or potentially a broken jaw. That's the only time I've ever seen that much blood coming out of someone's mouth.
Round 7 of 8 here in the heavyweight division for the WBC International Silver Championship. Morad Aliyev 14-1 with 11 KOs coming into this one. Akajori 19-2 with 18 KOs on the open scoring system. Aliyev way ahead of Akajori.
If you polled everyone involved with this promotion, I don't think anyone would say that we'd see round 7 of this fight.
No shot.
Especially the way it's been going.
Oh, a nice right hook lands there for Aliyev. Akajori eats it and keeps coming forward somehow, some way, but he's taking some nasty shots. And there he finally gets a little right hand that lands, but you can see they're coming low.
Listen, you can knock the experience and the technique and the skill set of Akajori. Can't knock his heart. He's a very tough, gritty guy. Battling through a lot of adversity here. Been rocked several times in the fight, but still coming forward, still trying to win the fight.
Yes, these are massive heavyweights. If you guys are just tuning in, 6'8" for Akajori, 6'7" for Aliyev.
260 plus. It's a whole lot of man in that ring.
And we got another trip up.
Both hit the can.
Both want to take a nap. But still got a minute left here in this round 7.
I'd like to see what's on the menu for both these guys after a fight like this. Burning a tremendous amount of calories. Ooh.
Another tie-up after a brief combination there from Aliyev.
Another slapping right hook. Whacks Akajori there.
Another tie-up.
Awkward tie-up.
Been some strange ones this bout.
I think the ref just asked if they want to continue. He was just going to stop the fight, call it a no contest.
This is also
Do you guys want to fight or not? Because it doesn't look like it.
that feeling of exhaustion that Akajori's got me feeling too, because like you clearly have a guy who's yes winning the fight, but also exhausted. But you just I don't know if you have anything left to give him either. It's got to be a very weird positioning physically for him.
Yeah, I mean, weird is the opportune word there. Both these guys keep falling and ending up in weird positions, but it's partly fatigue driven, partly the lack of technical boxing acumen of Akajori. But certainly the conditioning of Aliyev, he's looked tired since round 1.
Well, both these heavyweights got one more round to go. Glenn, the Road Warrior Johnson, the trainer of Rafael Akajori, trying to see if he can get his fighter to get anything going. You can see the referee asking about how things are going for both of them. Both the fighters ended up on the canvas, not from punches.
8th and final round.
Not a lot of punches have been landed in any round, really, by both guys. 1 or 2 here and there.
Yeah, we don't have a copy box, but imagine if we did, they would not be dazzling.
No, very, very low numbers. Output and connects.
Left gets through there for Aliyev.
I have a saying about boxing and athleticism. You don't have to be a great athlete to be a great boxer, but it certainly helps. Akajori is a very good athlete, but you can see he just does not have that smooth, technical grace that you see from someone who's been boxing their whole life.
I mean, there's just not many people on earth those size, so you got to go find them from somewhere. But certainly has just not been able to put much together in this bout. Tie up, exhaustion from both of them. Aliyev is able to hit the bell, would improve to 15-1.
1 point for holding from Akajori. I mean, not that it's going to matter on the scorecard. Oh, he's taking a point from him as well. Yeah, he was warning both. I was going to say, I don't know why he took it from Akajori without warning Aliyev, but then I think he did the right thing there.
Got a minute left here in this heavyweight bout. A nice uppercut there from Aliyev. They get tied up again after the point deduction.
This ref is more frustrated than either fighter.
He's like, you guys, I'm the tall ref. They brought me here for this. And you're just getting tied up.
Busy night. He's earned his paycheck tonight, is the referee. Did they end it early? Still 17 seconds.
That seemed a little bit off. And maybe there was timeouts that weren't kept there.
Yeah,
who knows? You know what? We'll take it.
Yeah.
We'll take it.
Even the timekeeper was like, all right, I've had enough of this.
Hey guys, did you guys want the extra seconds? I mean,
I don't think either one of them did. I think they're both.
They're like, no, great call by you. And you can see some of the early action. This was majority of round 2 was Aliyev's best performance. And I would honestly say probably Akajori's that second half after recovering a little bit. And Akajori just didn't have much after that. Aliyev had a couple of other moments throughout this bout. Both exhausted, both frustrated. But nonetheless, this looks like it's going to be a victory for Morad Aliyev.
Big, awkward slop fest.
But I couldn't give Akajori even a round. Wasn't landing enough. He did land a few shots early on, but I think Aliyev probably landed the better shots in those rounds also.
Aliyev probably excited after this one to just go sit down for a little bit. We did have open scoring halfway through this thing, and 2 of the scorecards had him win every round, so probably double up that after we get to our official scores here. And each of them losing a point for holding. It looks like our scores are tallied. And these heavyweights with their 8 rounds in the books, getting their gloves taken off, getting their wraps cut off, and Aliyev looking like he's ready to get his hand raised. And now likely has run a couple of wins in a row for himself. See where he goes, his bounce back from his lone pro loss. Our referee gathers our fighters. Rafael Akajori. Tough go of it for him. And we got our fighters. Let's send to Peter Lincoln with the decision.
And gentlemen, after 8 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for a decision. Francesco Ramaciotti scores this bout 79-72. Daniel Vanderville, 79-71. Steve Metz, 79-73. A unanimous decision for your winner and the new WBC International Heavyweight Silver Champion, Murad the White Wolf Aliyev.
And Murad Aliyev gets your win there. Gonna get some hardware here, the WBC International Silver Championship.
Rome, Italy, WBC Vice President Mauro Betti.
Ouais, regardez qui est de retour. Qui est de retour? Murad Aliyev, regardez. C'est ça. Ceux qui n'ont pas ça, ils ne parlent pas.
Congratulations on your victory. Yesterday at the press conference, you said you want your belt back. Well, you got it, my friend. How does that feel?
Thank you so much. I want to thank Ahmed Oner and Anar, every team to work with me. Thank you. I'm really happy. I miss my belt now. I take it again. I'm the only French heavyweight got this belt, and inshallah I get the real one. I work so hard. I have new team. I work very, very hard. I want to take you to my team. Take care of me. They teach me a lot. I want to say everybody, thank to my wife. She helped me so much. Thank you everybody. Thank my dad, my family. People come from far to me to watch the crazy fight. I want to thank Rafael. He was a true warrior. He fight very strong. Look at this guy. He's more tall than me and he's more heavy, but I win. Thanks God, thank everybody, and see you next time.
Whoa! Congratulations once again, ladies and gentlemen, the new WBC International Heavyweight Silver Champion, Murad White Wolf Aliyev.
Well, there we go. That was our heavyweight bout. Coming up, our co-main event, a WBC title eliminator, Ermal Hadribeaj taking on Bakary Samake. 12 rounds in the super welterweight division, as these two have been chomping at the bit to get at one another. This is a rescheduled bout that had to get postponed, not of their own fault, of another fight on the card, a main event that dropped. So they are now meeting in Oberhausen, Germany, and can settle the score. Coming up on ProBox TV on June 5th, we're coming your way from the University of Texas.
Friday, June 5th, ProBox TV is back at UTA's College Park in Arlington, Texas, to bring you more all-out Texas-style brawls featuring the Lone Star State's best fighters. In the main event, Fort Worth's own Edward Vasquez will defend the DFW against world-class Mexican veteran Daniel Lugo. Other great fights you don't want to miss will be announced soon.
Exciting bout coming your way. Ed Vasquez and Daniel Lugo from the University of Texas in Arlington. That's coming your way June 5th on ProBox TV. Welcome back into our studio, Brendan Tobin and Chris Algieri, as we're bringing you fights right now from Oberhausen, Germany, as we just got done with that heavyweight fight between Rafael Akajori, who fell in that one, to Murad Aliyev. Very awkward fight, Chris, but it went the distance. We did not expect that, but certainly stood the test of, I don't know, something.
Awkward, sloppy. They got through it. The referee, probably more frustrated than anyone, had to be in there trying to separate those big guys, as it was, very, like I said, an awkward slop fest. As the fatigue set in, technique started to fray, and we saw more and more clinching, holding, and less actual landed punches. But Aliyev certainly dominated the fight on the scorecards. Looked like that as well from my scorecards. Both men actually were deducted a point for both excessively holding. That shows that frustration that the referee had. But for the most part, it was Aliyev who landed all the meaningful punches that had Akajori in trouble multiple times, especially early on in the fight. Round 2, and again in round 4. But as the fight wore on and the fatigue started to hit these big men, it got uglier and uglier. A lot of holding, a lot of clinching, a lot of interaction from the ref.
Yeah, you give Akajori respect, because he was certainly in his most trouble in round 2. Also took a vicious uppercut in around the 6th round or so, but was able to get through it. So you admire the heart. But Aliyev, excited. He's bounced back with a couple of wins in his career after suffering his first defeat. So he's obviously fired up to get back his silver championship. He says that he obviously wants to go for the real thing. Give me your sense of him as, he's 30 years old. It's not like you're out of your prime yet, but there's not many heavyweights in the world. But what are the things that he really would have to work on if he wants to get to an elite level?
Conditioning. I mean, he looked tired very early on, and he wasn't very active either. It wasn't like he was throwing a ton of punches to warrant him being as fatigued as he was as the fight wore on. So, if you're going to compete with the current crop of super heavyweights, conditioning plays a huge role. You don't see guys fall apart like this at the higher levels.
Yeah, you can see that he's got his new team. He's working out in Miami. As far as Akajori is concerned, 3rd loss of his career. 35 years old. The first time he's gone the distance in a loss. His other 2, he got stopped. But a little bit back to the drawing board for him as well. And his trainer, Glenn Johnson, to figure things out. But certainly just seemed like he just couldn't get any offense going. And you mentioned just not really using the tools that God gave him.
Yeah, no, he's not really. He doesn't really understand his range, footwork. His punch selection doesn't seem to be natural, and he's in great shape. He's a big guy. He's obviously got power, but takes more than that. This is not Rock'em Sock'em Robots. This is the sweet science. So, and at 35 years of age, I don't know how much better and cleaner he's going to get.
So we're going to get set for our co-main event, which is a WBC Super Welterweight Title Eliminator. Ermal Hadribeaj is going to be taking on Bakary Samake. And these two have been waiting to get at each other for a long time. Hadribeaj, 32 years old, 5'10", weighed in 153 pounds. Samake is 22 years old, 5'11", weighed in 153 pounds, from France. Both undefeated in their careers, so an exciting matchup with these guys. 12 rounds of action in the super welterweight division here on ProBox TV. But these guys have been jonesing to get at one another for a long time, so excited to bring this one to you. Both these guys getting a chance to test one another and see if they are ready to get to that championship level in the WBC rankings. So these guys getting this opportunity. They were supposed to fight back in April. It was put off because they were on a main event card where the main event fighter had an adverse PED test, and so they ended up having to wait around even more. And now they finally get their chance to settle the score here in late May. So excited to bring this one to you from Oberhausen, Germany.
Huge ramifications for the winner of this fight. This is the WBC title eliminator, so that would make them next in line to compete against Sebastian Fundora, WBC champ at 154. And a talent-laden 54-pound division.
Yeah, really fun division. You're obviously going to get in late June a matchup between Bouts and Xander Zayas. A lot of talent there. And this one right here, and Bakary Samake from France, 22 years old. A lot of youthful talent as well.
Yeah, 22, beautiful record. Big opportunity here for him over in Germany.
And at his age, going to get a chance to showcase some things against the Albanian sniper and Ermal Hadribeaj. Samake's knocked out his last 3 opponents. He's been scheduled for 12 before, but the most he's gotten is 10 in his career. So this will be an interesting test for Samake in this one.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent, making his way to the Arena Boxing red corner. Representing Albania, Ermal, the Albanian sniper, Hadribeaj.
And getting set to make his way to the ring, the Albanian sniper, Ermal Hadribeaj. Another Miami connection, trains in Miami. A lot of frequent flights from Miami to Oberhausen for this one. 22-0-1 in his career with 8 KOs. 32 years old. Some fun banter between these two in the lead up. Not believing in the young hype of Samake, say he's a fashion model more than a fighter. Well, now we get to see who's right on that one. Speaking of fashion, sweet jacket coming in.
Yeah, Albanian flag on the back there.
Ladies and gentlemen, here in Oberhausen, Germany, Arena Boxing and promoter Ahmed Owner present the co-main event of the evening. 12 rounds in a much-awaited WBC Final Eliminator Super Welterweight bout between 2 undefeated fighters. Introducing first, Fighting out of the blue corner, he stands 180 centimeters tall and weighed in at 62.9 kilograms with a professional record of 19 victories, including 11 of those victories by way of knockout. He is the WBC Super Welterweight Silver Champion. Fighting out of Oberhausen, France, he is Bakary Samake. And now, introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, he stands 180 centimeters tall and weighed in at 69.3 kilograms with a professional record of 22 victories, including 8 wins by knockout and 1 draw. He is the WBC International Super Welterweight Champion, fighting out of Miami, USA, by way of Albania, Ermal, the Albanian sniper, Hadribeaj. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthems. Ladies and gentlemen, your judges scoring this bout at ringside are from Italy, Guido Cavalieri; from Belgium, Daniel Vanderville; from Germany, Jürgen Langos; and your ringside supervisor from Italy, WBC Vice President Mauro Betti; and your referee in charge of the action at the bell, Massimo Borovecchio.
Getting set for our title eliminator here, WBC title eliminator in the super welterweight division, that talented packed 154-pound division. Bakary Samake, the silver WBC international champion with the gold and black trunks, and Ermal Hadribeaj in the black and red out of that southpaw stance. And we're underway here, round 1 of 12.
The Albanian sniper fighting out of that southpaw stance.
Left gets through there for Hadribeaj.
Both these guys motivated. The option of a title fight in their very near future. This is a title eliminator for the WBC
154-pound title.
Nice. Right, that slips through there from Bakary.
Samake, nice left hand down low. Good weapon against the southpaw.
Gets out of the way of that left there. Samake, undefeated, 19-0 in his career.
Samake showing some good hand speed here early in round 1. Nice feint there by Samake.
Gets out of the way of that left from Hadribeaj.
Hadribeaj having a hard time finding that jab. Samake having good reaction. This is a nice 1-1-2 by the Albanian.
Body shot lands there for Samake. Retaliation left there from Hadribeaj.
Both guys looking a little tight here in round 1. Nice jab. Samake. Again, got quick hands. Very explosive.
First little tie-up of the bout. Oh, nice left gets through there from Hadribeaj.
Hadribeaj starting to settle in at the end of round 1.
This one's scheduled for 12, a title eliminator for the WBC at 154 pounds.
I mentioned both guys a little bit tight early in round 1, but as the round wore on, Hadribeaj started to find his rhythm, his timing. The Albanian sniper sniping from the outside with the jabs and the straight left hand from that southpaw position.
Got out of the way of that big hook. Started finding his own connections late in that round 1. Much more comfortable, like you said, Chris.
Yeah, it ended up being a pretty good round for
Hadribeaj. Round number 2.
And here we go with round 2 of a scheduled 12. Bakary Samake in the gold and black trunks. And Hadribeaj wearing the Albanian black and red.
I like how he doubles up that rear hand, Hadribeaj. Good weapon, and then it slides out to the weak side of the orthodox Samake.
Neither of these fighters have tasted defeat in their career.
Yeah, part of the reason why they are in this title eliminator. Undefeated records. Not a lot of names on either guy's record, though. Both of them, either one, this would be the biggest win in their record to date.
Flick and jab there by Hadribeaj. And a left, right to the body, excuse me, there from Samake.
Been the best weapon so far for Samake. Been that right hand downstairs. Good weapon against the southpaw. Especially because Hadribeaj gets a little bit square in the inside.
jab there by Samake.
Both these guys pretty twitchy, reactive. Nice jab again. Using that flick jab.
Nice right hand, strong from Samake.
Samake is riding a 3-fight KO streak.
Good left gets through there from the Albanian sniper.
Also working on the inside is Hadribeaj.
Trying to break up this hold-up himself.
Operating with that free hand. Samake was holding one hand, but not the other. That left hand was getting through. Samake winning the battle of the lead foot. Even stepped on Hadribeaj's foot while they landed that jab.
Oh, right hand lands there for Samake, backing up Hadribeaj, but he's right back in there.
He got a little tangled up there.
Got that southpaw versus orthodox here in this one. No head clashes yet.
Competitive first 2 rounds. Samake with the lead left hand to the body there. Lands some nice jabs as well. Best punch of the night so far for Hadribeaj has been that left hand. The Albanian sniper been pretty effective and precise with that, setting it up with his lead hand. There's that Samake jab that I was mentioning. Good escape there to the weak side by the southpaw, Hadribeaj.
Second down. Round number 3.
3 of 12 between these two in the 154-pound division. Again, this is a WBC title eliminator. Samake just 22 years old.
Hear the corner of Hadribeaj saying, get that engine going. Probably referring to that upper body rhythm and movement. Hadribeaj is getting caught admiring the work of Samake here. He's got to break that rhythm up. I understand what the corner is trying to implore him to do. He's falling into some bad habits here. Good left hand from Samake. Samake did a good job this round of slowing down the pace.
Oh, nice little shot to the body and then up top there from Samake.
Yeah, at this pace, Samake's explosiveness and speed is going to win the day on the judges' eyes. Hadribeaj is really just watching right now, not getting a lot of thought.
Left sneaks through there, and then a little hook up top there from Hadribeaj as he gets tied up and dirty. Nice right to the body from Samake.
That was a heavy shot.
Hadribeaj standing in there. Referee breaks these two up.
Samake needs to be careful going out straight and tall because that left hand from Hadribeaj has been pretty accurate.
Right hand gets through there for Samake. Then a strong one lands right on Hadribeaj. Nice work from Bakary Samake to end that round. Coming up later today, we got an action-packed day here on ProBox TV. We're going south of the border after this card today. Luis Nunez taking on Carlos Perez. That gets going 9 p.m. Eastern is when that card gets underway from Mexico. Excited to bring that one to you here. We're going all over the world today here on ProBox TV. We're bringing this action here from Germany. And this WBC Title Eliminator. Fun matchup so far through the first 3 rounds between Ermal Hadribeaj and Bakary Samake. Samake, 19-0, 11 KOs in his career, hailing from France. These guys have been waiting a long time to face each other. Fight was initially scheduled for April, got delayed, not of their own doing, because of another fight that fell out, so now they finally get to get at after each other in this fight. Pass jab there from Samake, gets out of the way from Hadribeaj.
I think we saw the game plan of Samake last round was to slow the pace and utilize his hand speed and explosiveness to win the moments. Hadribeaj got caught admiring the speed of Samake. He needs to get that engine going, which is what his corner was calling for.
Hadribeaj tries that double left again. And there he gets the combination to sneak through as Samake backs up. Had our first near head clash there. And there's a left that gets through from the Albanian sniper. Hadribeaj gets another one. Getting back comfortable and hitting some combinations here in this 4th round.
Yeah, Hadribeaj, he's a volume puncher. He's not a KO guy. Even the left hands that he does land, they're scoring blows, but he needs to be active. If he goes shot for shot with Samake, the heavier-handed guy, he's going to lose out in these exchanges. Samake isn't the most active guy. You can take advantage of moments. He's an explode and rest sprinter type. Does look like he carries power though.
That left sees through. There's a monster right that Hadribeaj gets out of the way of.
I like those heavy right hands that Samake has been targeting the body with. Looks like a little cut over the lead eye of Hadribeaj.
Oh, there's a strong jab that gets through from Bakary Samake.
Right to that damaged eye, too. Not a great place for a cut. Over the lead eye.
And I'm not sure, Chris, if it was, because I saw that was a little awkward. I don't know if they did clash heads or if that's from a shot, but either way, it's a target there for him now.
Yeah. There's been a lot of heads coming close. Couldn't tell if they are landing. Also, there's been some elbowing, too.
And we'll go to work on that cut there.
Wondering if we can see where.
Yeah.
That looked like that was probably it. I did see at one point Hadribeaj reach up and touch his eye, but I didn't see blood right away. There's that jab from Samake. Yeah, heads came together multiple times in that round. That one was more to the mouth.
There's a lot of fast, explosive exchanges in this fight. I don't expect that to be the last one either.
It could have been that punch, too. That was a good left hand from Samake.
Curious to see what the referee has ruled, if it was from a punch or from an accidental headbutt.
Round number 5.
This is round 5 of a scheduled 12 WBC title eliminator. Left hand sneaks through from Hadribeaj. Able to get out of the way of that hook from Samake.
Yeah, at this pace and distance, it's going to be really hard for Hadribeaj to win these rounds.
Ref warning about the headbutts.
You see on the inside now that Hadribeaj, he's positioning his head so his eyes are not in danger. Trying to protect that lead eye, which is already damaged. Hadribeaj is getting away from the jab. Partly because Samake's jab has been so effective. Yeah, the hand speed differential between these two is becoming more and more apparent.
Hadribeaj trying to get that volley, but nothing landing against Samake right now, getting out of the way of everything.
Yeah, only 8 KOs in his 22 wins, Hadribeaj.
A ton of offense this round from Samake with about a minute left to go. He flicks that jab out there once again. He's had a lot of success with it, looking fast. There's a right hand from him.
Yeah, that's the thing about Samake. He's a sprinter type. He likes to rest in between his explosions. And there's times where you could take advantage of that. And I think Hadribeaj has done a good job of that this round, winning the dead spots. Even if he's not landing, he's being busy, and Samake's not doing much. Problem with that style is it expends a tremendous amount of energy.
There's a left that sneaks through there from Hadribeaj as they get tied up again.
Ooh, good left hand there from Hadribeaj. Back comes Samake with a nice left hook on the inside.
And we come to the end of round 5. Speaking of 5, June 5th. Coming to you from College Park Center at the University of Texas in Arlington, Edward Vasquez steps into the ring against Daniel Lugo. You'll be able to see that right here on ProBox TV. Excited to bring you that one from the Lone Star State. Vasquez 19-3 with 6 KOs.
Judge A has scored this bout 38-38. Judge B, 37-39 for Hadribeaj. And Judge C, 37-39 for Hadribeaj.
So as we get set for this round 6, as you can hear, we've had open scoring all night after 4 rounds. And 2 of the judges have this right now for Ermal Hadribeaj, and 1 has it even. Now that was with 4 rounds in the books. We have 5, but they get those scores in there to give you an idea of where we're at right now. But 2 of the judges are liking the style right now of Hadribeaj and staying active and pressing it forward. So you wonder if that does change the urgency at all of Samake.
And that's where the open scoring can really play a difference in a fight, because Samake might like what's been going on. Maybe not last round. I gave Hadribeaj that last round too, but he won some of the early rounds as well. Those scorecards aren't that wild to hear by any means, but maybe Samake thought that he was having more success, so he's going to have to step it up here in the second half of this fight.
The Albanian sniper is living by the name. He's getting in, getting out, stealing moments.
And always pressing forward.
Yeah, judges like that too. If there's not a lot going on, they like the guy who's initiating the aggression. Good body shot there from Samake. Oh, good jab as well.
There comes a big shot, and then Hadribeaj able to get out of the way of Samake as they're getting tied up here, trying to slow down some of the offense from Samake.
Putting a little more mustard on these shots here, so maybe that open scoring did wake him up. Although I don't think it's a great idea to load up on everything the way he is. Oh,
body shot strong from Samake. He's got some thudding shots when they land. You just wonder if he has to pick up the action a little bit more. There's another one that lands there for Samake.
I think it's smart for Samake to stick to the body. That's where he's had the most consistent success. Hadribeaj is slippery with the upper body movement.
Checking in on that cut. Another thudding body shot from Samake.
That one
and
hurt.
then right up top lands. And then another one lands. A nice combination there from Samake.
That left hook stunned him to the body. That was the liver side. When you're a southpaw, the liver's in front.
The blood starting to trickle down once again for Hadribeaj. And Samake has to like some of the handiwork he's had here after hearing he's down on some of the scorecards.
Yeah, this has been a really good round for Samake. Most damaging of the fight for either man. Mostly on the strength of the body shot and some unfortunate headbutts.
There's another thudding right there from Samake that lands. A lot of blood pouring out of the eye. That happened early on in the fight, likely from a headbutt.
I will say this, though, about Hadribeaj. He complained to the referee about the head, but he's the one lunging in with no jab. That was one thing. I rarely got cut in my career. I think I maybe had 2 or 3 cuts in my entire career, and that's 49 professional fights, boxing and kickboxing. The reason for that was I always jabbed. If you jab, you rarely get hit with headbutts. Even with someone who is a bit of a billy goat and jumping in. The jab sets the range.
Trying to deal with that cut in the corner of Ermal Hadribeaj. 22-0-1 in his career, 8 KOs. Trains in Miami, Florida. And Bakary Samake from France, 22 years old, 19-0 in his career, 11 KOs. We're about to hit the second half of this fight. And referee once again warning Hadribeaj about the headbutt. Nice little
pop shot there.
Right to the body from Samake. A lot of success with it.
And that's going to be a big part of Samake if he's going to win this fight, because Hadribeaj's style is very much based on effort and conditioning. And if you start touching that body down low consistently, you're going to sap that gas tank that much faster. Samake now in the southpaw position. He's really just loading up on shots. Since he heard that scorecard, he's just been digging with power with both hands. He doesn't respect what's coming back his way. He feels that Hadribeaj is getting hurt to the body. Samake making this real physical. Turns out this fashion model's pretty tough.
Pretty tough. And especially when he didn't hear a score that he likes.
Yeah.
And it's, oh, big thudding right hand from Samake.
Yeah, it's just, Hadribeaj is going to have to get this respect in this fight. Samake is just coming forward and loading up, and eventually shots like that are going to land.
Another right lands for Samake. Gets clipped there a little bit, but comes right back in. Thudding to the body shot.
You could just hear the shots from from both these guys. They're totally different. Samake, very heavy, explosive. Oh, another good left hand. Catches Hadribeaj on the way out.
Under a minute left to go here in this 7th round, scheduled for 12.
Hey, you know who probably doesn't like open scoring right now? Team Hadribeaj, because it really woke up Samake once he heard that he was down.
It's got to be a fascinating dynamic as a fighter. I know it's a heavily debated thing throughout combat sports about people, because people get very upset with judging. But yeah, you hear that thing, how does it not catch your attention? Yeah. Especially if you could do something about it.
I think my biggest concern is that if you have a guy who is way ahead, that he'll just sit on his lead. That's my #1 concern.
Yeah, we certainly saw in the early goings of this card tonight some lopsided affairs that where it really wouldn't have mattered, and the scores dictated what we were seeing. This is probably the first surprising open score, or one that really a guy of consequence could have maybe turned up the juice a little bit more.
Well, for one, these are much higher level athletes here. These guys are world class, and you know, literally they're in a WBC title eliminator, but also they're matched very well, because this isn't an eliminator. The winner of this fight becomes the mandatory challenger for the WBC title, which is held by Sebastian Fundora. So this is just a much higher level competitive fight, and we're seeing that via the scores. Really good round for Samake. The last 2 rounds have been very good since he heard the scorecards and heard that he was down. Hadribeaj, whether it be his conditioning or the consistent body work from Samake, is definitely starting to slow down, starting to get touched more and more.
Seconds out.
Cut getting split.
Yeah.
More open as the rounds go on for Hadribeaj.
Round number 8.
Doesn't seem like it's getting into the eye, though, so the vision does not seem to be affected. That's a good thing. Good left hand there by Hadribeaj. Oof, just misses. Does Samake with the right hand over the top. Hadribeaj still slick enough to avoid the big shots.
Nice body shot.
Oh, yeah.
Calling that low.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there.
Back at it after a strange pause.
Yeah, Hadribeaj looked like a hit with a good body shot, and opportunistic to take that moment to breathe, and the ref let him. Blood pouring from that lead eye, Hadribeaj here.
Sneaky left there from Hadribeaj. That's been his best punch of the fight.
Yeah, he pops that left hand and slides out to the weak side. It's been a consistent technique of his that's worked quite well. Samake, who had 2 back-to-back really good rounds, not doing a whole lot here in round 8. Oh, good left hand by Hadribeaj. Samake ran right into that.
And he lands another one.
Yeah, good round for Hadribeaj.
Samake a little wild this round. A lot of tie-ups. I mean, you mentioned the explosiveness that he's shown these last 2, maybe having to refuel a little bit.
Yeah, I'm impressed with the conditioning of Hadribeaj. Also could just be recovering from those body shots from a few rounds ago. Sometimes they stick with you. He looks like he's back being slick and energetic. Less holding, too.
Nice shot there by Hadribeaj.
That's the thing about Hadribeaj. He's not a puncher. He's got to be active. He's got to be accurate, and he's got to be slippery.
A good bounce back for him after it seemed like the tide had completely turned to Samake. Hadribeaj still showing some life, and as we know, the scorecards were in his favor early on. We got that after round 4, so we've had some more rounds pass.
Listen, it's very likely he's still ahead, but this is a very close fight. I wouldn't be surprised if this was a 1-point fight in either direction. Not a particularly hard fight to score either. You know, when Samake won those last 2 rounds, it was pretty obvious. And then when the last round, obviously it was Hadribeaj with the combinations and the activity.
And we also get a little bit of a look at what the judges like, right? Like,
right, good point.
There's an element of that as well. Like they like some of the style from Hadribeaj. So if he can keep that going, obviously they've been impressed with that. Will that change throughout the fight because of how Samake is? We don't know, but that was the early impressions when we got those early scorecards.
Yes, they like busy. And not for nothing, the 2 rounds where Samake was very busy were his best rounds.
Here he goes again, trying to get right back to work.
Hadribeaj is utilizing a hit and then tie up tactic.
Little trip up between these two.
Samake also needs to be careful of squaring up in front of his man, just loading up for big shots. Good right hand there.
Gets out of the way of that big right hand, Hadribeaj. Samake hits him with that one.
Samake is just not being deceptive at all with his offense here. He's loading up with that right hand, and Hadribeaj is seeing it a mile away.
Nice jab there, but Samake retaliates. Hadribeaj trying to get busy, hits him with the left, gets out of the way.
Guys with 2 completely different styles. Samake, loading up power puncher. Hadribeaj, volume guy, likes to be slippery. Samake has completely abandoned all that good body work that he was doing. Just totally headhunting here in round 9. Yeah, you hear the corner yelling to the body, not the head. That's great instruction for Samake. That's where he's had the most success.
Left sneaks through in again from Hadribeaj as he backs up Samake. Maybe some of that speed that he had early on, slowing up just a tad for Samake.
That's the thing about sprinters, man. They get tired. Oh, good uppercut. Twist the head of Hadribeaj. Oh, another
nice body
uppercut.
shot.
Ooh, good little left hand from Hadribeaj on the break.
Some big shots by Samake. Hadribeaj avoiding most of them. Fascinating title eliminator between these 2.
By way of the WBC Open Scoring System, at the end of round number 8, the judges have scored this bout 75-77 for Hadribeaj. Judge B scores it 76-76. And Judge C scores it 75-77 for Hadribeaj.
2 judges have Hadribeaj up ahead by 2 rounds, 77-75. 1 judge has it, like we said, very close fight.
Now, we saw the last time those cover cards are read, Samake probably had his 2 best rounds after that. You know, it's much deeper in the fight now. We'll see if he's got still the fuel to dig down, but he really reacted well when he heard that he was down. And this is a guy who stopped his last 3 opponents, so he's in some deep waters here for himself in this title eliminator.
Round number 10.
Samake strikes me as a guy who believes in his power. Judges like the activity and the pot shots of Hadribeaj.
Nice left hand there, lands for Samake. Stiff jab there for Samake.
Samake has trouble when he breaks his stance. Gets a little square, loses balance. Those little pot shots look more damaging than they are.
Nice left hand gets through, nice combination lands for Hadribeaj. The Albanian sniper still accurate.
Yep, good follow-up there too. Coming up on these championship rounds. Fight is still very much up for grabs. Hadribeaj trying to hold on to that slight lead that he has. Oh, good right hand from Samake.
There's a strong body shot from Samake as he's loading up with that right hand in this part of the final round.
And now these are the kind of rounds that are difficult to score because a lot of the round, it looked like Hadribeaj was in control, landing good pop shots. There was a lot of clinching, but then Samake comes on and lands big bombs. Samake, big breath here, backs up, puts himself in the corner.
Which is probably what's cost him a lot against the judges.
I think there's a cut under the other eye, or left eye of Hadribeaj now. I did see some swelling on that cheekbone a few rounds ago.
Some more shots getting through for Hadribeaj in the closing seconds of round 10.
Nice way to close the round, quick hands.
Hadribeaj, who is ahead on 2 scorecards after 8, leaving that impression with the judges as we're about to go to the championship rounds here, 11 and 12 in this title eliminator.
Hadribeaj feels victory is close. Got 2 judges, got him ahead. That last round might have been a little difficult to score. I thought he squeaked out that round, but he did get hit with some big shots. These last 2 rounds are going to be very interesting.
And this is going to be the first time that Samake has ever been in the 11th and 12th rounds. Should it go the distance. He's been scheduled for it, but the most he's gotten is 10.
Seconds out, please.
Just 22-year-old Samake. But obviously a big opportunity at this young age.
11.
Interesting clash of styles. Very competitive fight, back and forth. Hadribeaj just feeling himself. Showing excellent conditioning here down the stretch. Championship rounds here.
And even with being ahead on the scores, even dealing with some of the adversity of Samake's good rounds, Hadribeaj dealing with the cut. He's weathered it all right now. Gets out of the way of that one again. Those big shots, he sees them coming from Samake.
Samake, like I said, he's not deceptive, especially now as he's getting more fatigued. He's completely dispatched with the jab and just going right to the power shots. And Hadribeaj is still slippery. He's still moving his head. He still has good energy. Lets those hands go in combinations. When he keeps that rhythm going, he's difficult to find. And he uses a very disruptive clinch to keep Samake from letting those hands, those big power punches fly.
Right hand lands for Samake, but not as much seam as it had early on.
Yeah, they're becoming fewer and far between. Ultimately, this fight is just coming down to conditioning.
Very impressive showing by Hadribeaj on that end.
Yeah, he came in fantastic shape for this title eliminator opportunity. A lot on the line here, digging deep. Very pesky is Hadribeaj. In and out, follows up, clinches you when you get any rhythm going. Good shots here.
Closing seconds is Samake trying to put something on him. But Hadribeaj hasn't been going anywhere all night. Very impressive showing by the Albanian sniper as we go into the final round. Coming up later tonight, our action going to continue on ProBox TV. From Mexico, Luis Nunez taking on Carlos Perez. Excited to bring that one to you tonight. Some fights from Mexico, as we've been had a fun afternoon here for you today from Oberhausen, Germany. This WBC title eliminator. And the Albanian sniper, Ermal Hadribeaj, just not going anywhere. Bakary Samake, who's finished his last 3 opponents, probably wondering if he needs to do it again to get a win here.
Yeah, breathing real heavy in that corner. Was very inactive that 11th round, a round that he really needed.
Seconds out.
You know, Brendan, that's another reason I don't like open scoring. It takes away the intrigue at the end. Like,
true.
You know, it's like, if I know that Hadribeaj is ahead, and then he goes out and he wins the next 2 rounds, I know who won the fight.
That's fair. It is. It brought us an intrigue of turnaround in the middle of the fight, but at the end, it can be a little anticlimactic for sure. Especially if the tone just keeps going as it was after 8.
But once again, I have another reason not to like open scoring.
Jab gets through for Hadribeaj.
Hadribeaj is a real big round here. He's going to need some knockdowns or a stoppage. Listen, if he lands one of those big bombs, it's possible, but Hadribeaj has shown a good chin tonight. Still looks, ooh, good uppercut.
And Hadribeaj answers, backing him up against the ropes with some shots, does a little body work. Then it's a left, ooh, stinging body shot there from Samake. Probably the most impactful shot he's had in 3 rounds.
Corner saying he's hurt. He's hurt. Very well might be true, but Hadribeaj is keeping his poker face on.
He's been strong with that all fight. Another thud and body shot from Samake, right up top. Can he try and pull one out of this?
You know, I said he needed a big round. He's initiating one here. But if Hadribeaj stays on his feet, will it be enough?
Oh, left lands for Samake. He tries to follow the right, but Hadribeaj out of the way. Grazing left lands for Samake. And now we got the tie from Hadribeaj trying to run out that clock.
Surprised no warnings from the ref about the clinching.
He's a very casual ref, you know.
Yeah.
When you have a mustache like that, you know, he's just like, back off. From Italy, you know, he's having a little espresso between rounds.
Certainly not one of those hot-blooded Italians.
There's a left that lands for Hadribeaj, and then a big shot there for Samake. Nice back and forth in this final minute.
I will say this, Hadribeaj has shown a hell of a beard tonight. He took a bunch of right hands this round.
And you can see the exhaustion.
Ooh.
Samake hits a monstrous right, excuse me. Backs him up some more. Can he pull this one out? He was down on 2 judges' scorecards after 8.
Gutsy performance for Hadribeaj, man. Skillful as well. He made what works for him work tonight against a very durable and explosive guy. Is it enough?
Another uppercut to the body there from Samake, but a tie from Hadribeaj as we hit the final bell. And a great matchup in this title eliminator between them. Who's going to put themselves in position to fight for the WBC title as we go to the scorecards. Bakary Samake undefeated as he faces defeat in the first time in his career. See that thunning uppercut. Hadribeaj coming right back after it. Tremendous heart from him, eating that and coming forward.
Yeah, he ate some big shots in that last round. And like I said, stayed pesky, came right back. Fire combinations, you see him punching with the big puncher. Really impressive performance from Hadribeaj. Showed a lot of grit, a lot of will, a lot of skill as well. Excellent conditioning, very impressive.
Both these fighters been waiting a long time to get in the ring with one another. Great showing by both of them. Action-packed fight throughout the 12 rounds. And Samake did suffer his first defeat. Still a great learning experience for just a 22-year-old fighter. Long career ahead.
Yeah, that's a big aspect about the age of these two fighters because Samake 22, Hadribeaj 33, I believe, right?
32.
32, yeah. So this might have been one of his last opportunities.
And we'll see how that WBC title picture plays out if Sebastian Fundora doesn't end up in a unification with whoever comes out on top and some of the other ones, but Towering Inferno could have one of their next opponents, whoever comes out on top of this one. Everybody wants a shot at the title, but not an easy task when you got to go up against the Towering Inferno at 6'7". Ermal Hadribeaj, knowing that he was ahead on 2 of the judges' scorecards. It was open scoring. So he was up after 4. He was up after 8. And then looked like he did have the majority control on the back 4.
Hadribeaj sounds like he's very confident he secured the victory.
Very slick. Ate a lot of shots and then dished out a lot, especially had that cut early on that he had to deal with as well.
Certainly dealt with a lot of adversity and had to overcome that man right there who brought some real heat, some big power, explosive, especially in those early rounds and mid rounds.
Yeah, and a man who showed a lot of confidence in the lead up to this fight. Not exactly a celebratory mood. I think he knows from those scores that this could be a tough one ahead for him. But certainly a lot of liked about his arsenal and what he can bring in the future. Looks like we officially have our scores as a referee brings our fighters to the center of the ring, and let's send it to Peter Lincoln with the decision.
After 12...
We're waiting for a WBC rep to head in, or we got some issue with the scores here. Referee imploring whatever the delay is to get to it.
We bring one WBC.
Still trying to figure things out over by the commissions table, the scorers table.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 12 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for a decision. Guido Cavalieri scores this bout 113-115. Daniel Vanderville scores it 113-115. And Jurgen Langos 112-116. A unanimous decision for your winner, who will compete for the WBC World Super Welterweight title, Ermal, the Albanian sniper, Hadribeaj.
And Ermal Hadribeaj getting the unanimous decision. 115-113 on two scores, 116-112 on the other. So stayed up pace with all of those open scores that we had. In fact, on the other one, seems like he pulled away even more. So a good performance by him, and now he's in line to fight for the WBC Super Welterweight title of the world. Nice showing by him.
Yeah, great learning experience there. Tough fight, some ebbs and flows, but came out on top. I thought he had an excellent game plan. He showed fantastic conditioning, an excellent chin. He knows what he is and he knows what he isn't. I think that's really important at this stage of a world-class fighter's career. Good win.
Get some celebration there, and gonna get a couple minutes here with our ring announcer, Peter Lincoln.
On a fantastic fight. The world title fight is now yours. What did you learn here tonight that you will be taking with you to that next fight?
I learned nothing new, just work hard, believe in it, and here we are for elimination. World title, baby. We're coming to get world title. I've been chasing them for a long time. We've been coming all the way up, but nobody believed until now. Now we had a chance. What can you say now? When I train hard every day, I always manifest to make this speech every time I win. And here I am again, reminding those speeches I was manifesting while I working hard. And here I am again. So I will be doing that, work hard, chase the world title. And thank you, Germany. Thank you, Thomas, organizing this. Thank you, my investor land. And thank you, my coach, working with me since day one, since I started this career. I really love him. Guys, what can I say more? Thank you to all Albanians came here supporting me, all Albanians around the world. I want to make you all the guys proud and can't wait to get the world title next. Let's go, baby. All I care is a green belt. Let's go.
All right, keep up the good work. Ladies and gentlemen, Ermal Hadribeaj.
And now live for the WBC World title shot. After that unanimous decision win. Nice showing by the Albanian sniper.
Yeah, I mean, dogged performance, gritty. Showed a lot of heart, conditioning, and willpower tonight.
He knew throughout he had the lead on the open scores, but didn't rest on it. Coming up, our main event here from Germany. Germany's own Badin Hasso taking on Victor Vicente Correa in a 5-round light heavyweight bout, 8 rounds of action. Excited to bring that one to you here. Excited to bring you this one coming up on June 5th from the University of Texas.
Friday, June 5th, ProBox TV is back at UTA's College Park in Arlington, Texas, to bring you more all-out Texas-style brawls featuring the Lone Star State's best fighters. In the main event, Fort Worth's own Edward Vasquez will defend the DFW against world-class Mexican veteran Daniel Lugo. Other great fights you don't want to miss will be announced soon.
Excited to have that one for you. Coming up on June 5th from the University of Texas, Ed Vasquez and Daniel Lugo on ProBox TV. As we've continued here, Brendan Tobin alongside Chris Algieri here, bringing you some fights from Oberhausen, Germany. We just had a WBC title eliminator, and we just saw the Albanian sniper stamp his ticket there, Chris, to a title shot. What did you make of it?
I mean, I thought it was a fantastic fight, gritty performance, a lot of will, a lot of skill. Hadribeaj is taking one step closer to potentially becoming a world champion. He's going to get the opportunity. This was the WBC title eliminator, so which seemed to think that the next fight is going to be a title shot, although boxing politics tends to get in the way more often than not, but hopefully not for Hadribeaj, who's trying to become a world champion, living out his dream. But a fantastic performance, and I think you can take a lot from this type of fight. It was long, it was grueling, it was rough. You know, he got cut several times above the eye, underneath the eye. There were some head clashes, there were some elbows, but at the end of the day, I think that the right man won, and he showed a lot of skill in there. You know, he knows what he is. He's a volume puncher. He's not a knockout fighter, but he has fantastic conditioning, very gritty performance. Showed a very good chin as well, because Samake looks like he could really crack, and there was at no point where the will to win was taken away from Hadribeaj. So good win. Looking forward to seeing him in a title opportunity.
Yeah, it was certainly a fascinating dynamic in it, because it felt maybe like Samake had the good early going in this one. Then we got some of those scores, and we found out that Hadribeaj was ahead. One of the cards was even, but then Samake came out with some desperation, some big shots, but a lot of that explosion did seem to wane as we got to the back third of this fight.
At the end of the day, what came down to, who would win this fight was will and conditioning, because both men knew what they were. They were fighting extremely different styles. They're very different fighters in general. But at the end of the day, Samake ran out of gas, and was, that was how Ermal was able to take advantage. Stayed in front, stayed on the gas, didn't let up at any point, and that's why he came out and still undefeated.
Yeah, and there was at one point, as you can see, he was marked up there with a cut. Now, we found out that was actually, it was an elbow that caused that. So he dealt with that adversity through it as well, which was really impressive, because, great job by the corner. I mean, it wasn't right there on his eye, but he was able to withstand that storm as well. He says there in the aftermath, nobody believed in him. I don't know if anybody's going to believe in him if he does end up in a fight with Sebastian Fundora, but what do you make of how would a guy like that, has a gritty performance like this, go up against somebody like the Towering Inferno to get that to happen?
Listen, if it wasn't 154, I would say, listen, we got another player, but 254 is so deep, and it's not a knock on him at all. It's just that Fundora is a monster, and 154 is full of sharks.
Yeah, there's a lot of talent there and a lot of guys who are going to start crossing up to see if we can find somebody undisputed there as well. But we got our main event coming up here from Germany, as Badin Hasso, 31 years old, stands 6 foot, 175 pounds, going to be taking on Victor Vicente Correa in this matchup. He's 19 years old, so a big age discrepancy, 6 foot, 175 pounds, from Mexico City, Mexico. And so excited to bring this one to you here as we close out our action from Oberhausen, Germany. Correa coming in here. 11-0, all of his victories by knockout. This is his first fight of the year, but he's had a first-round KO in his last 3 matchups. So the young fighter has been making quick work of all of his bouts. But that stands up for him here. And the last time we said this, the fight went the distance. But I imagine he's going to try and keep that going up here against the veteran Hasso.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent, making his way to the red corner, a local favorite from here in Oberhausen. Let's hear it for Bakary Hasso!
And Bakary Hasso making his way, born in Iraq, but has made his home in Germany. This is going to be his first fight of the year. Hometown favorite. Looking to send the fans home happy against the youthful Correa. Hasso, 31 years old, 22-0 in his career. 11 wins coming by way of knockout. 8 rounds in the light heavyweight division here for this matchup to close out our broadcast from Germany. And thus far tonight, we have our first 4 matchups, all by unanimous decision, and all for the red corner. And Hasso making his way to the ring.
Truly is a global affair tonight.
Really is.
Got Iraq versus Mexico here. Even though Hasso is representing Germany.
We've seen a lot of different flags make their way to the ring today. Here's about this, Chris. 31 years old, you go in there against somebody who's as young as his opponent is at 19. Does that, I mean, is that something you're used to in gyms all the time, or is that a little bit of a mind trick as well as somebody as much experience, you know, not let a kid get the best of you?
Nah, I think, you know, a boxing ring is a great equalizer. It comes down to skill and strength and speed. Can't get too hung up on the age. And when I made my pro kickboxing debut, I was 19 and I fought a 35-year-old. Yeah, it doesn't matter. You just got to go out there and perform.
Hasso enters the ring, set to go here in front of his fans. Makes his home in Germany by way of Iraq.
Ladies and gentlemen, here in Oberhausen, Germany, Arena Boxing and promoter Ahmed Ona present the main event of the evening. 8 rounds for the vacant WBC International Light Heavyweight Championship between 2 undefeated fighters. Ladies and gentlemen, the officials at ringside are ready. The fighters are in the ring and they are ready. Fight fans, with us here live in Oberhausen, Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He stands 178 centimeters tall and weighed in at 79.3 kilograms with a perfect professional record of 11 wins, with all 11 coming by way of knockout. Fighting out of Mexico City, Mexico, presenting the undefeated Junior Victor Vicente Correa. And now, introducing his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He stands 183 centimeters tall and weighed in at 79.3 kilograms with a perfect professional record of 22 victories, with 11 of those victories coming by way of knockout. He fights out of Oberhausen, Germany, by way of Kurdistan, presenting the WBC Asian and International Light Heavyweight Silver Champion, Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthems. Ladies and gentlemen, the judges scoring this bout at ringside. From Italy, Massimo Morovecchio. From Germany, Jürgen Langos. And from Italy, Francesco Ramaciotti. Your supervisor at ringside, from Italy, WBC Vice President Mauro Betti. And your referee in charge of this championship bout, from Belgium, Daniel van der Velde.
In combate muy limpio. I expect from both of you a clean fight, obey my commands at all time, and protect yourself at all time. I don't want to see rabbit punches, no kidney punches, and no low blows, okay? Good luck. Touch gloves. Touch gloves.
All right, set to go with our main event here. 8 rounds in the light heavyweight division. 2 fighters undefeated. Badian Hasso, 22-0 with 11 KOs. He has the red, white, and green trunks. And Victor Vicente Correa with the black trunks with the Mexican flag trim. Also backing him up with a combination up top, then goes to the body.
Correa 11-0, 11 KOs. Let's see if that KO streak is real, or that power is real, I should say.
Definitely looks like a pretty big size discrepancy between the two. Broad back from Hasso compared to Correa.
No, they don't look like they're even in the same weight class.
You hear the chants for Hasso, Badin. Hook lands up top for Hasso. So far, no shots from Correa coming the other way.
Body shot there from Hasso. See him, he keeps dipping to that lead foot, trying to set up that little punch.
A nice combination lands up here in the corner. Hasso going to work against Correa. There's a right that lands, then a left up top. Strong right hand up top by Hasso lands. Gets out of the way and then hits Correa with a hook. Big left up top, and then he goes there again, goes to the body. Hasso having his way early in round 1. Jab there by Correa. Big right hand up top, and then an uppercut gets through for Hasso. Right hand, and then the combination as he is unloading on the young man in the corner.
The ref can step in anytime here.
Big right hand lands for Hasso as he goes to the body. Combinations, nobody returning fire, and he finally hits a knee. Referee sent him to a corner, but it doesn't look like Correa is going to want to continue. Don't blame him. And that is it. Badian Hasso gets the win, a first round knockout against the young Victor Vicente Correa, who suffers defeat for the first time in his career. And Hasso improves to 23-0 and 12 KOs in front of his hometown there. They get to go home happy. Not a lot returning his way from Correa.
Not quite the war we were waiting for. Yeah, Open said.
The anthems took longer. But Hasso gets to stay home happy, gets to celebrate with his fans, and goes and checks on his young opposition. And here we can see the finish in the corner. Body shot from the right, and then there you see the little left to the liver. And that was it. That's all she wrote. Our first finish on the card here tonight from Oberhausen, Germany. Hasso getting draped with his colors. That was for the WBC International Light Heavyweight Championship, which was vacant coming into this. More congratulations going Hasso's way. Correa still on the stool after suffering defeat in the first round and for the first time in his career. You can see all the flags happy. A lot of celebration going on in the middle of the ring, ready to make this one official and gather Badi and Hasso after that victory. There he gets a little bit of his hardware, that international WBC championship.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, at an official time of 3 minutes into round number 1, we have your winner by knockout, the new WBC International Light Heavyweight Champion, Bakary Samake. And the man who presented the belt from Italy, WBC Vice President Mayora.
Badi and Hasso gets his hardware, celebrates with his crew in the middle of the ring, goes and shouts out his adoring fans there in Oberhausen, Germany, in his hometown. As we'll send it down to Peter Linka with the interview with him.
Badi and Hasso. Badi, what's next for you? A world title bout?
I will take everybody and anything. Give me whatever comes and I will take it. I don't care. Right now I'm happy about that fight. I won that fight, but like I said, whoever Amateur and my brother decide to choose, I will fight that guy. Give me that other guy. Who's his name? Samake? give me that boy. I will knock him out too. I like Ermal. Ermal is a good guy. He's a friend of mine. I will never talk about him. But give me that guy, Samake. I will knock his ass out cold, like I did to this boy.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we all wish you a lot of luck. You have got a great fan base here. Ladies and gentlemen, the WBC International Light Heavyweight Champ, Bakary Samake.
Thank you very much. And I want to say something in my language. Galak سپاس با کردستان حمی و حمی کردت دوری کردستانی پشتوانی متکن رودو تي في كردستان تي في سما بتن همه حمی galak سپاس یک اتایبت با براغورا سروک مسرور بارزانی و هر یکی افریقای حاضر بوی از اوان هر سه قایشات کم دیاری با سروک مسعود بارزانی و چگو او پیشمرگه بی از وان هر سه ابو حمی پیشمرگه جید کم دیاری و با حمی شهیدا جو عائله شهیدا هر بجی کرد و هر بجی کردستان بارزانی پاور.
Thank you.
All right, there you have it. Bakary Samake goes home happy. And this is a fun event that we brought you here from Oberhausen, Germany. The ProBox TV action is going to continue later on tonight at 9 p.m. Luis the Twist Nunez takes on Carlos Gatito Perez. We'll bring that to you tonight starting at 9 from Mexico. As excited to bring you a full slate of action here today on ProBox TV. It was a fun set of 5 fights here today as we saw Mohamed Camille get himself a victory, bouncing back from his first professional loss. Luis Vela, just 19 years old, able to improve to 7-0 as he went the distance with Osama Kavdani. A nice showing for the young fighter from Italy. The two heavyweights, they went the distance, surprisingly. But at the end, it was the White Wolf, Murad Aliyev, getting the win over Rafael Akajori. A fun title eliminator. Ermal Hadribeaj getting the win and setting himself up for a title shot, getting the unanimous decision over Bakary Samake. And then in our main event, Bakary Samake with the first round finish at the end of round number 1. KO over Victor Vicente Correa. And that was our night here today from Oberhausen, Germany on ProBox TV. Thank you for tuning in. Brendan Zobin and Chris Algieri with you. We're excited to stay with you later on tonight, 9 p.m. and bring you a card from Mexico. Thanks for tuning in, everybody.